Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow.
Mrs. Ledley. I was in love with her. I was destroyed by all of that. You know, if it's happened to you, if you're listening to this and it's happened to you, then you'll understand what goes on. You're consumed with this sort of universe of grief. And it so crowds your head that you can't find any way around it. And you'd say, well, you've got to move on. But you would say, gee, could you actually find your way around this sort of inchoate pain?
In this farewell, there's no blood, there's no alibi. 'Cause I've drawn regret from the truth of 1,000 lies. So let mercy come and wash away what I've done. I'll face myself to cross out what I've become, erase myself and let go of what I've done. Put to rest what you thought of me while I clean this slate with the hands of uncertainty. So let mercy come and wash away what I've done. I'll face myself to cross out what I've become, erase myself and let go of what I start again, and whatever pain may come, today this ends. I'm forgiving what I've done. I'll face myself to cross out what I've become, erase myself and let go of what I've It starts with
One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on to didn't even know I wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to be will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard
and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to remind myself how I tried so hard. In spite of the way you were mocking me, acting like I was part of your property. Remembering all the times you fought with me, I'm surprised it got so. Things aren't the way they were before. You wouldn't even recognize me anymore. Not that you knew me back then, but it all comes back to me in the end. You kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard
and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I've put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Tired of being what you want me to be, feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me, put under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want you to do is be more like me and be less like remembered each flash as time began to blur, like a startling sign that fate had finally found me, and your voice was all I heard, that I get what I deserve. So give me reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the thoughts cross the distance in your eyes. Give me reason to fill this hole, connect the space between. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies across this new divide. There was nothing in sight but memories left abandoned. There was nowhere to hide, the ashes fell like snow, and the ground caved in between where we were standing, and your voice was all I heard, that I get what I deserve. So give me reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the thoughts cross the distance in your eyes across this new divide. In every loss, in every lie, in every truth that you deny, and each regret and each goodbye was a mistake too great to hide, and your voice was all I heard, that I get what I deserve. So give me reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the thoughts cross the distance in your eyes. Give me reason to fill this hole, connect the space between. Let it be enough to reach the truth that lies across this new divide. Across this new divide. Across this new divide.
A little bit of loneliness, a little bit of disregard, handful of complaints, but I can't help the fact that everyone can see these scars. I am what I want you to want, what I want you to feel, but it's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you to just believe this is real. So let go, watching you turn your back like you always do, face away and pretend that I'm not, but I'll be here 'cause you're all that I got.
I can't feel the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Time won't change this damage anymore. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored.
A little bit insecure, a little unconfident, 'cause you don't understand the what I can, but sometimes I don't make sense. What you never want to say, but I've never had a doubt. It's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you for once just to hear me out. So let go, watching you turn your back like you always do. Face away and pretend that I'm not, but I'll be here cause you're all that I got.
I can't stand the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Time won't change this damage anymore. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. No, hear me out now. You're gonna listen to me like it or not. Right now, hear me out now. You're gonna listen to me like it or not. Right now.
Sometimes I feel like throw my hands up in the air. I know I can count on you. Sometimes I feel like saying, Lord, I just don't care. But you've got the love I need to see me through. Sometimes it seems the going is just too rough, and things go wrong no matter what I do. Now and then it seems like life is just too much, but you've got the love I need to see me through. When food is gone, you are my daily need. Oh, when friends are gone, I know my Savior's love is real. You know it's real. You got the love. 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 Time after time, I think, oh Lord, what's the use? Time after time, I think it's just no good. Sooner or later in life, the things you love, you lose. But you've got the love I need to see me through. You got the love. 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 You got the love.
essa roupa. Cadê a porra do garçom?
Indigenous building with drinks. I wanna know what you're thinking. Hoping you're getting the hint. Getting more obvious with them. Who will be making the move? Feels kinda weird when it's you and I. And I.
Danada. Malandra. Me arranha. Na manhã.
Our bodies tangled tight in the purple light. We're making love past out. We look so damn good tonight, and Sunday's shining in. Feel the shape coming. You don't belong to me. Are you gonna tell her? Our bodies tangled tight in the purple light. We're making love past out. We look so damn good tonight, and Sunday's shining in. Feel the shape coming. You don't belong to me. Are you gonna tell her?
Ih, fico malucão, malucão, e aí? Pura tentação quando senta aqui. Nesse jogo de perigo que mexe comigo. Quando eu tô contigo é tesão, não dá pra resistir. Você joga só de sacanagem. Quando chega é cheia de maldade. Lance perigoso é mais gostoso. Nossa obrigação é nível rádio. Danada. Malandra. Me arranha. Taca ali, senta aqui. Na manhã.
Our bodies tangled tight in the purple light. We're making love past out. We look so damn good tonight, and Sunday's shining in. Feel the shape coming. You don't belong to me. Are you gonna tell her? Our bodies tangled tight in the purple light. We're making love past out. You look so damn good tonight, and Sunday's shining in. Feel the shape coming. You don't belong to me. Are you gonna tell her? Are you gonna tell her? Are you gonna tell her?
Que brisa, hein, mano?
Are you gonna tell her? Are you gonna tell her?
Whisper soft porcelain, handle careful and restrained. To seek is to find me. We would die if we'd walk the same. I wanna go low with you, even though I know I'm high and low. I wanna go low with you, even
We were so magical, why end this way? I know you're furious, you're just like me. You got good reasons, but I do too. What really happened here? I wish I knew. It escalated so fast. We held things we can't take back. It escalated too soon. I know what they say. I know that they say that no one dies from love. Guess I'll be the first. Will you remember us? Are the memories to stain with blood now? No one dies from love. Guess I'll be the first. Will you remember us? Are the memories to stain with blood now? I try my best with you, you claim the same. Somehow we're strangers, but share this pain. Keep writing letters I'll never send. Don't want you moving on when it's my end. It escalated so fast. We held things we can't take back. It escalated too soon. I know what they say. I know that they say that no one dies from love. Guess I'll be the first. Will you remember us? Are the memories to stain with blood now? No one dies from love. Guess I'll be the first. Will you remember us? Are the memories to stain with blood now? I miss all the cool things we do, but what I miss the most is watching movies with you. I miss all the cool things we do, but what I miss the most is watching movies with you. No one dies from love. Guess I'll be the first. Will you remember us? Are the memories to stay with blood now? No one dies from love. Guess I'll be the first. Will you remember us? Are the memories to stay with blood now?
Wow, you're so pretty. Hi, I'm Tove.
Hi, my name is Eva. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You're so real. Well, welcome to your new house. Let me show you around.
Why does my soul feel so bad? Why does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul feel so bad? Why does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul feel so bad? Why does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul feel so bad? Why does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul feel so bad? Why does my heart feel so bad? Why does my soul feel so bad?
My face is the front of shop. My face is the real shop front. My shop is the face I front. I'm real when I shop my face. My face is the front of shop. My face is the real shop front. My shop is the face fix I front. I'm real when I shop my face. My face is the real shop front. My shop is the fake side front. I'm real when I shop my face. So you see the one that I've seen in my dreams. Can't touch me, set my spirit free.
We've waited for this day. We shed some tears of love now, like a desert in the rain. When some of the dead are waking up, yeah. There's nobody like my moon. There's no place like my home since I was born. When I was young, the flavor is so strong. I've missed it so long, yeah.
it, come and calm some more. Watch me licking on that penis, out of control. There's people watching me, I never miss a beat. Still the night, kill the lights, feel it under your feet. Now I try, keep it tight, cause it's pulling you in. Pump it up, you can't stop, cause it feels like an overcome. Evacuate my pussy. I'm infected by the cold. Stop, this beat is killing me. Tonight you let the meanness take me underground. Evacuate my pussy. I'm infected by the cold. Stop, this beat is killing me. Tonight you can burn me back down to the ground.
Flavor Flav, my pussy is very brave. Give head like a genius, you can grade it the letter A. Been funky since yesterday, still about to escalate through jumping jacks on that dick. I don't get tired like every day. Go ahead, wash your face, got it sticky like paste. Handcuffed, wearing lace, shit, that's how I catch a case. Want another taste, you can meet me at Chase. Or catch me outside, I ain't coming to your place. Eating all these sweets, fuck around and get a cavity. Used to call you daddy, but now I call you my majesty. Hitting me from the back, but not talking about a battery. Let's bring 100 girls to the room, what's your capacity? Eating all these sweets, fuck around and get a cavity. Used to call you daddy, but now I call you my majesty. Hitting me from the back, but not talking about a battery. Let's bring 100 girls to the room, what's your capacity?
Evacuate my pussy. I'm infected by the cold. Stop, this beat is killing me. Tonight you let the meanness take me underground. Evacuate my pussy. I'm infected by the cold. Stop, this beat is killing me. Tonight you can burn me back down to the ground.
I change the phones 2 times a day. I ain't before I hear this pussy all day. Pussy so good, I'm on a trip to the bay. Wanna see a dress worth it. Jump on them balls in my mouth. Girl, surface. Watch me bend over. Come daddy, I heard.
Come get you a sample, lick between your camel. Pussy taste sweet, cause I ate my pineapple. apples, light a couple candles, brew you can handle a pussy gooey like yo before the eggs scramble. Never trust a man who wear briefs, cause he gon' wanna fucking keep it brief. Call again when you need something to eat, so I can open my legs, bon appetit, let's go.
C minor, put it in
my ass.
Where have all the good deeds gone, and where are all the
bones?
Where's the Hercules to
smack ass like a drum?
Isn't there a wide beach upon the fiery deep? Late at night,
I smoke trees,
and I dream up
on my knees. I need a dildo.
I'm holding out for a
dildo. My pussy come.
He's got a bitch height, and he's got a
smack ass,
and he's got a
put me. No quick head in my bed, I can have that. I want that long neck, not talking giraffe neck. Ain't no laying down, man, we bout to have lay fun. I'm about to make your balls stick up like space buns. Want your dick soak? Place it down my throat. Tongue tickle your dick, but not telling a joke. Pedal in this pussy, that's how you rock a boat. It get live in this pussy, I'm not talking periscope. In the sheets, I am a bully. Get more hit than a hoodie. Every time you make me come, it look just like vanilla pudding. Sit on your face all day until you say it hurt me. Then I turn around and get a dick more kisses than Hershey's. Your dick brick hard like a metal. I got 3 holes for it like a pretzel. Tight as a virgin, boy, don't get nervous. I'm here to serve you customer service. I say dick by giving it CPR. I say dick by giving it CPR. Put my mouth on it like CPR. Let's make porn and watch it on VCR. I think we should fuck up in every zip code. It would make my pussy wetter than a fishbowl. Pussy a kitty cat, I pet it like a pet. Fuck doggy style so much I need to go to the vet. Hot box more like a scorcher pussy. Open this coochie up like a fortune cookie. Your banana in my mouth, watch my tongue go ache. Your dick getting more glows than the birthday cake. When I'm near it, no I don't fear it. Licking on that penis like a letter when I seal it. Today way wetter than my past life. And if you unemployed, I can give you an ass job. Pussy already wet, don't need no lube ointment. Dick twisting in my stomach like food poison. That's how you know when you hit the spot. I'm making pins unzip more than ziplock. Your dick brick hard like a metal. I got 3 holes for it like a pretzel. Tight as a virgin, boy, don't get nervous. I'm here to serve you customer service. I say dick by giving it CPR. I say dick by giving it CPR. Put my mouth on it like CPR. Let's make porn and watch it on VCR. Anything goes when you up in my hole. 30 pennies from the sex, yeah, I got me some lows. Listen, I'm the most explicit. Long stick inside my river, but we not going fishing. Know what to do every time you have a horrible Freaky with the good hair is what you could call it. Let's get it.
A little faster. A little more. Right there. Give it to me now.
Ringing at church at the Drake Hotel, so you know we on dirt. Call it views from the 6 when he looking up my skirt. Roses are red, violets are blue. All about the head like I'm in beauty school. I said roses are red, might turn your balls blue, cause if it ain't enough spit, then my snot coming through. Sex occasion, nipples like raisins. I black out on that dick, but my cum is Caucasian. Told me to face it, went down like the basement. Donut in my hole, I do not want your glazing. Something on that dick made my lipstick slip off. So can I wear your cum as clear lip gloss? Make you work that dick like I'm the big boss. Call me Serena back and forth with his boss. His dick smaller than my toes. Yeah, yeah, smaller than my toes. His dick smaller than my toes. I rap the rap Squidward nose. His dick smaller than my toes. Yeah, yeah, smaller than my toes. His dick smaller than my toes. I rap the rap Squidward nose. Wanna fuck another girl, nigga? Are you dumb? I'm a gymnast, so that's really a threesome. Rubbing on your dick till my fingers numb. Big pussy, it don't come with a cherry, I got a plum. Yeah, daddy, daddy, yeah, I like it like that. I'm hitting more positions than Ray J had. I'm riding on your dick till your dick get a flat. I'm about to lay your ass down like a fucking doormat. Peanut butter jelly all in my belly, belly. Rated R, no Kelly. Ate his meat like a deli. Don't moan, you can spell me cause your breath kinda smelly. And my pussy always screaming, it's hot in here like Nelly. Throw up on that dick, then I lick it up. Po kitty kitty, but I'm rich as fuck. Magician with the titties, so don't pick a cup. I got that pie hole pussy, yeah, the dick was stuck. His dick smaller than my toes. Yeah, yeah, smaller than my toes. His dick smaller than my toes. I rap the rap Squidward nose. His dick smaller than my toes. Yeah, yeah, smaller than my toes. His dick smaller than my toes. I rap the rap Squidward nose.
I ain't tryna. Yeah, ain't tryna be cool like you. Wobbling around in your high heel shoes, I'm clumsy. Made friends with the floor. 2 for 1, you know a bitch by 4. And 2 left feet, you know I always drop. First thing a girl did was a bop. And the whole damn cake and the cherry on top. Shook up the bottom, made a good girl pop. You ain't even here to party. Ken in the club tryna pipe a Barbie. I don't wanna go with the flow back then until I touch my toes. I don't wanna roll the boat. Wrist full of rocks and I hope I float. Big up yourself cause you know they don't. I chew cause they hope I show. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a a bitch and a boss, I'm a shine like bitch on the after, you been the before. I've been the stallion, you've been the seahorse. Don't need a report, don't need a press run. All of my bad pics been all my best ones. I wear the hat and I wear the pants. I am advanced, so I get advanced. And I do my dance and cancel the plans. Said, boo, don't be mad, cause you had a chance. Yeah, said I took it and I ran for it. I run it and I stand on it. Money on the floor when we dance on it. Shine bright when I put a tan on it. Said I took it and I ran for it. I run it and I stand on it. Money on the floor when we dance on it. Shine bright when I put a tan on it. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass. I'm a bitch, I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss, I'ma shine like glass.
Breakfast at Tiffany's and bottles of bubbles. Girls with tattoos who like getting in trouble. Lashes and diamonds, ATM machines. Buy myself all of my favorite things. Been through some bad shit, I should be a savage. Who would've thought it turned me to a savage? Rather be tied up with calls and my strings. Write my own checks like I write what I sing. My wrist, stop watching my neck.
Poppy_Jalopy has rejoined the Tompicos. Poppage 1 Piggy Run.
I like it, I want it, I got it, yeah. I want it, I got it, 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 yeah. You like my hair? Gee, thanks, just bought it. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it, yeah. Wearing no ring, but ain't gon' be no misses. But matching diamonds for 6 of my bitches. I'd rather spoil all my friends with my riches. Think retail therapy, my new addiction. Whoever said money can solve your problems must not have had enough money to solve them. They say which one, I say nah, I want all them. Happiness is the same price as red bottoms. My smile is beaming, my skin is gleaming. The way it shine, I know you've seen it. I bought a crib just for the closet, both his and hers. I want it, I got it, yeah. I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it. You like my hair? Gee, thanks, just bought it. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. My receipts be looking like phone numbers. If it ain't money, then wrong number. Black card is my business card, the way it be setting the tone for me. I don't need a brag, but I be like, put it in the bag, yeah. When you see the max, they stacked up like my ass, yeah. Shoot, go from the south to the booth, make it all back in one loop. Give me the loot, never mind, I got the juice. Nothing but never we shoot. Look at my neck, look at my neck. Ain't got enough money to pay me respect. Ain't no budget when I'm on the set. If I like it, then that's what I get, yeah. I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it, I want it, I got it. You like my hair? Gee, thanks, just bought it. I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it, yeah.
You said I just got it pop, get into it, yo. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yo. If you go to church, I said get into it, yo. I guess she ain't got it, but I fucking get into it, yo. And I said I just got it pop, get into it, yo. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yo. If you go to church, get into it, yo. If she ain't got it, but fucking get into it, yo. Yeah, you just wanna party, you just wanna lap dance, you just wanna pop up on these cans like you the Batman. You just wanna ball out in designer
dinner with your best friends. You don't wanna talk no more about it in the past tense. Get me out my zone, I'm just talking comfort, shawty. I ain't give you nothing, you could come for shawty. I got plenty things, you make a run for shawty. Call him Ed Sheeran, he in love with my body. Get into it, yo, pop out with a truck, get into it, yo. If you go to church, I said get into it, yo. Like if she ain't got a butt, I forget get into it, yo. And I said I just got a ball, get into it, yo. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yo. If you go to church, get into it, yo. If she ain't got a butt, fucking get into it, yo. Y'all need to get into the drip like a piranha. Y'all need to get into my drip like y'all need water. I mean, it's only head to toe, Balenciaga. I mean, y'all bitches better, y'all like Ariana. If they ever tryna knock up, put my foot up in your cock, call your mama and your papa like I'm finna take a dada. Turn that bitch into a soccer ball and rock. Get into it like a suit and fuck a stock up like a rocker. Get into it, yo. Ay, pop out with a truck. Get into it, yo. If you go to church, I said get into it, yo. Ay, if she ain't got a butt, now forget get into it, yo. And I said I just got a ball. Get into it, yo. Pop out with a truck. Get into it, yo. If you go to church, get into it, yo. If she ain't got a butt, forget get into it, yo. Thank you, Nikki. I love you. Got that big rocket launcher.
I caught it bad just today. You hit me with a call to your place. Ain't been out in a while anyway. Was hoping I could catch you throwing smiles in my face. Romantic talking, you don't even have to try. You're cute enough to fuck with me tonight. Looking at the table, all I see is bleeding white. Baby, you living the life, but nigga, you ain't living right. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not faced, only you to sin. If you've been in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out by your name, I'll be on the way. Like, I wanna sell what you're buying. I wanna feel on your ass in Hawaii. I want the jet lag from fucking and flying. Shoot a shot in your mouth while I'm riding. Oh, I mean, a sign of the times every time that I speak. A dime and a nine, it was mine every week. What a time and a climb, God was shining on me. Now I can't leave, and now I'm making hella Italy. Never want the niggas that's in my league. I wanna fuck the ones I envy. I envy. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend. I'm not faced, only you to sin. If you've been in your garden, you know that you can. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need. Call me out by your name, I'll be on the way. Like, call me by your name. Tell me you love me in private. Call me by your name. How do I care if you're lying? You want me, call me, I'll drop everything. Don't need your name, 'cause I don't ever say it. Fuck it, let's ride.
I'm not shy, I'll say it. I've been picturing you naked. I'm a little faded. You look like a fucking painting. Big doe eyes, amazing. She's everything I've been praying. My heart palpitations. She looks like the type to break it. Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend cunnilingus.
It's getting hot in here. I'm the Nelly in the party with some rocks for ears. I'm a slave for you, baby, Miss Britney Spears. I'm a Clover, she a Taurus, bring it on for cheers. And I'm sexy like Christina when I dip below. Not an H-Town girl, but I rodeo. Yippee, yippee, Kaye, welcome to the show. It's an all-girl party, clothing optional.
Me and your girlfriend playing dress up in my house. I gave your girlfriend cunnilingus on my couch. She cute, kawaii, hentai boobies that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body. My girl look like Wednesday Addams. Eyes go black when she orgasms. Hide your back, she likes to stab them. My butt cheek, she likes to grab. Matching pajama birthday suits. Her spit tastes just like juicy fruit. She do that thing she usually do. Spell my name with her tongue like Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend cunnilingus on my couch. She cute, kawaii, hentai boobies that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body. I'm shy. I'm so shy. You don't wanna see me bratty. Pet the kitty, call me caddy. Make your man call me daddy. He talk too much, he's too chatty. CEO, I'm savvy. Respect the bitch, I'm a maverick. Flexible, so elastic, but don't you dare bend the bitch backwards. Fuck a princess, I'm a king. Bow down and kiss on my ring. Being a bitch is my kink. What the fuck else did you think? Fuck a princess, I'm a king. Bow down and kiss on my ring. It's gonna hurt, it'll sting. Spitting up blood in the sink. I'm crazy, but you like that. I bite back, dances on your nightstand. Never forget I blossom in the moonlight. Screw eyes, glacier with the blue eyes. I'm terrified. I'm no Cinderella, but I like the shoes. Big glass platforms, bitch, I'm choosy. Long blue hair, blue as a bruise. Only trust a fella for some light amusement. I'm no prey, but I am pursued. Pray for me, not on the church's pews. No distraction can confuse me. Whiskey in my hip flask, nothing fruity. Fuck a princess, I'm a king. Bow down and kiss on my ring. Being a bitch is my kink. What the fuck else did you think? Fuck a princess, I'm a king. Bow down and kiss on my ring. It's gonna hurt, it'll sting. Spitting up blood in the sink. I'm crazy, but you like that. I bite back, dances on your nightstand. Never forget I blossom in the moonlight. Screw eyes, glacier with the blue eyes. I'm terrified. I'm crazy, but you like that. I bite back, dances on your nightstand. Never forget I blossom in the moonlight. Screw eyes, glacier with the blue eyes. I'm terrified. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la. I'm terrified. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la. I'm terrified.
Yeah, wanna know what it's like? Baby, show me what it's like. I don't really got no tights. I just wanna fuck all night. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. I just been fantasizing.
your size. Add, subtract, divide. Daddy don't throw no curves. Hold up, I'm going wide. We could just start at 10, then we could go to 5. I don't play with my pen. I mean what I write, yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I just can't help but be sexual. Tell me your schedule. I got a lot of new tricks for you, baby. Just saying I'm flexible. I do what I can to get you off. Might just fucking with my makeup on. Eat it like I need an apron on. Eat it till I need to change my tone. We can do it to your favorite song. Take a ride into the danger zone. You know my nigga be bugging me. I just be wondering if you can fuck with me better. Itching for me like an ugly sweater. Need an image like a chucking each other. I need to know. Wanna know what it's like? Baby, show me what it's like. I don't really got no tights. I just wanna fuck all night. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. I just been fantasizing, and we got a lot of time. Baby, come throw the pipe. Gotta know what it's like. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. You're exciting, boy. Come find me. Your eyes told me, girl, come ride me. Fuck that feeling, both us fighting. Could he try? Most likely. Trying to see if you can handle the sass. Probably give his ass a panic attack. Sorry if I gave a random erection. Probably thinking I'm a telekinetic. Oh, wait, you a fan of the magic? Poof, pussy like an Alakazam. I heard from a friend of a friend that dick was a 10 out of 10. I can't stand it, just one night, man. Crank with the drink, give me a sip. Tell me what you can, give me the dick. Spank me, slap me, choke me, bite me. Wait, I can take it, give a fuck about what your wife is saying. Wanna know what it's like? Baby, show me what it's like. I don't really got no tights. I just wanna fuck all night, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. I just been fantasizing, and we got a lot of time. Baby, come throw the pipe. Gotta know what it's like, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. Lip gloss, hickeys too. Kiss me more. We're so young, boy. We ain't got nothing to lose. Oh, oh. It's just principle. Baby, hold me, 'cause I like the way you move. Oh, oh. Oh, you write your name. I can do the same. Oh, I love the taste. La, 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 la. I know my tongue, I want it. Oh, you write your name. I can do the same. Oh, I love say that you lost without me. All my bitches feel like I dodged the county. Fucking with you feel like jail, nigga. I can't even exhale, nigga. Pussy like holy grail, you know that. You gon' make me need bail, you know that. Caught dipping with your friend, you ain't even had man lying on you know that. Got me a bag for the brick, you know that. Control on soda, pays if I throw back all this ass for real. I'ma make you feel fantasy with a bill. It's all I can give you. Kiss me more. We're so young, boy, we ain't got nothing to lose. Oh, oh, it's just principle. Baby, hold me, 'cause I like the way it grew. Oh, darling, boy, you're right to me. I can do the same. Ooh, I love the taste. Oh, la, 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 la. All on my tongue, I want it. Boy, you're right to me. I can do the same. Ooh, I love the taste. Oh, la, 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 la. All on my tongue, I want it.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun.
Boy, toy named Troy used to live in Detroit. Big dope, selling money, he was getting some coins. Was in shootouts with the law, but he lived in a palace. Bought me Alexander McQueen, he was keeping me stylish. Now that's real, real, real. Gun in my purse, bitch, I came dressed to kill. Who wanna go first? I had him pushing daffodils. I'm high as hell, I only took a half a pill. I'm on some dumb shit. By the way, what he say? He can tell I ain't missing no meals. Come through and fuck him in my automobile. Let him eat it with his grills. He keep telling me to chill. He keep telling me it's real that he love my sex appeal. He said he don't like I'm bony. He wants something he can grab. So I pull up in a jag and I hit him with the jab like dun 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 dun.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun.
Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Look at her butt. This dude named Michael used to ride motorcycles. Dick bigger than a tower. I ain't talking about Eiffels. Real country ass nigga, let me play with his rifle. Pussy put his ass to sleep. Now we calling me NyQuil. Now that bang, bang, bang. I let him hit it 'cause he slang cocaine. He twists my salad like his name Romaine. And when we done, I make him Bonnie Romaine. I'm on some dumb shit. By the way, what he say? He can tell I ain't missing no meals. Come through and fuck him in my automobile. Let him eat it with his grills. He keep telling me to chill. He keep telling me it's real that he love my sex appeal. He said he don't like I'm bony. He wants something he can grab. So I pull up in the jag, made weather with the jab like dun 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 dun.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun.
Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Look at her butt.
Little in the middle, but you got much back. Little in the middle, but you got much back. Little in the middle, but you got much back.
Oh my god. Look at her
My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun.
Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at
her butt.
Yeah, he love this fat ass. Yeah, this one is for my bitches with a fat ass in the fucking club. I said, where my fat ass big bitches in the
LGBT, looking like we belong on TV. I'm rolling with the LGBT. Too cool for this shit, look at my body language. Shit on everything, I need some potty training. Money missing, had to ask them what the rest of me. Before I call my bitches up, they say yes, hunty. Judge one of the suds, they gon' raise some thugs. Judge one of my drags, catch a heel up your ass. Don't judge a lesbian, cause she don't want you bad men. Judge one of the gays, they drag you from Z to A. And shout out to the bias, you ain't gotta pick a side. And if you in a closet, shorty, you ain't gotta hide. Better make these bitches sick when they see you. And if a bitch won't beef, give her beef stew. Stripper right in front of me, I hope she wash her ass. She looking at my fine gays, but they don't wanna smash. Know they back to act a fool, time is fast due. Then the gays hop on stage, I can shake my ass too. Fuck out my way when you see me. I'm rolling with the LGBT. Fuck out my way when you see me. I'm rolling with the LGBT. I'm rolling with the LGBT. I'm rolling with the LGBT. Looking like we belong on TV. I'm rolling with the LGBT. Fashion-wise, they don't play. When they step out, they gon' slay. I'm talking tight jeans, good hygiene. Motherfuckers stay fully every day. Yeah, fuck with them, you better run off. No skydive, it's gon' jump off. No pun intended. Hoes offended, cause they see we flyer than flight attendants. Do a hair flip, then I dip. In a strip club, throwing tips. At VIP, I'm about to buy more. Cause life too short like high scores. Tissue in my bra, bitch, gon' ahead. Bad bitch, and I got long legs. Ass super plump, full of cornbread. I shut a bitch up like a phone dead.
I confess I'm becoming obsessed with the feminine and divine. I'm somewhat addicted to being depicted, the bitch with the whip and the Dior tights. I know how to roll them up so sheer, so delicate. Pink side panties, lacy padding, followed by a black waist slip.
Shut up. Yes, you're correct in assuming that I prefer provocative extremes. When I attend to my businessmen, I like to show them all the seams. Most men know if they misbehave, they're gonna pay while I collect. And that's why they all come to me, so I can teach them some respect. Absolute quiet now. Mistress
Hello, and welcome back to A Bit Fruity, the show where we think that you should never live in the closet, Harry, even if the woman who created you changes her mind. If you would like to support the show or perhaps want a little bit more of the show, we are on Patreon. And by the time this episode is up, it'll be around the same time that I upload March's deep dive on Patreon, which I do every month. And this month it is on the wokeness of Sydney Sweeney. The right just figured out who Sydney Sweeney is because they saw her on SNL and they never watched Euphoria. And her being hot is causing a freak out of epic proportions. So we're going to do a little analysis of a woman's body, which is something that I'm fairly new to. So, wish me luck. Today, we are joined once again by someone who I'm honored to call a friend of the show. Natalie Wynn, or as you may know her online, ContraPoints, is an ex-philosopher. She is a YouTuber, but I think calling her a YouTuber is kind of diminutive to her craft. She puts out a couple feature film length videos a year that you've probably watched, but if you haven't, you really should go check those out. She talks about philosophy and sex and gender and capitalism and Twilight. Natalie Wynn, welcome back to A Bit Fruity.
Thank you so much for having me back on. I am excited to be here again. I'm honored to be a friend of the show.
I'm honored to have you as a friend of the show. So a couple weeks ago, J.K. Rowling, she got caught up in a little Holocaust denial.
She does a little Holocaust denial from time to time. Yeah.
It wasn't always this way. J.K. Rowling wasn't always on Twitter denying that queer people were persecuted in the Holocaust. Until 2019, J.K. Rowling was a universally beloved children's author who taught every kid that there was magic inside of them, no matter how cast out they may feel. Today, though, how would you characterize her position in the culture today?
Well, her position in the culture is kind of weirdly split, right? Because on the one hand, there's her continuing legacy as the author of the Wizard books. And on the other hand, there's like almost her entire public persona, which we mostly experience through Twitter, which is basically obsessive bigotry towards trans people. That's become sort of her definitive thing, right? I think that people who don't follow this kind of don't understand the extent of it because, I don't know, people throw around like all kinds of like accusations on Twitter. So it's easy to think that this is some kind of like internet drama blown out of proportion. But what you're missing is that if you have not been paying attention to J.K. Rowling's Twitter for the last, at this point, we're talking about 4 or 5 years, which is a long time. Like, she's basically used her platform more often than not to do trans bashing. There's a reason why that this gets talked about so much because, she's one of the most famous authors in the world with an enormous platform, and she's just using it constantly to target this small and like already besieged minority of people who are facing like all kinds of like legislative and cultural backlash in the US and the UK. So it's like really devastating that an author like that's this influential is also like this obsessively devoted to to contributing to the persecution of this group of people who's already so harassed. But it's also, I don't know, it's also kind of a bizarre spectacle. Like in its own right, it's kind of like another reason I feel like we're drawn to this maybe is that it's kind of like darkly fascinating. How does this happen? Like, how do we go from like the Gryffindor common room and, Severus Snape to like these unhinged rants about the transsexuals? It's weird.
It is weird. And I think also, if you go to J.K. Rowling's Twitter right now and scroll through her feed, it is literal years of talking every single day, almost exclusively about transgender people for years, which I think is the type of behavior we associate with like boomer Facebook moms. And then I guess in a sense, she kind of would have been that if she hadn't become a billionaire and one of the most famous and beloved children's authors of all time. But she is those things. And the idea of her behaving the way that like our homophobic aunt does or whatever, but like from some castle in the UK is just like a very jarring image.
I think that summarizes it really well, right? Like it is like your bigoted aunt's deranged Facebook posts, except on a platform with millions of people as the audience. I feel like we as a society have like yet to know how to deal with this type of thing, because J.K. Rowling's not the only case of it. I mean, like Elon Musk has dabbled a little bit in some similar forms of bigotry with a comparable or even larger platform. But I feel like what's unique about J.K. Rowling is that she's like single-mindedly focused on trans people as this one issue.
So she wasn't always this way, though. And what we're going to do today is use J.K. Rowling as what I think is a valuable case study in the wormhole that transphobia is, the way that it can serve, as it has for J.K. Rowling and so many millions of other people, as a portal into the broader world of right-wing ideology that gets pretty scary pretty quickly. We're going to try to understand why transphobia, and I think especially when it's cloaked, no pun intended, as a progressive feminist cause, is an especially effective gateway into the alt-right. One day you're reminding people that you just like to be referred to as a woman and that you are a woman, and then, the next day you're participating in Holocaust denial. It can happen to you.
Many such cases.
And so to begin this story, I want to go back to 2019, to the first tweet that I remember seeing of J.K. Rowling's, her foray into the anti-trans movement, which at the beginning was very tepid. I am going to send you the tweet.
Dress however you please. Call yourself whatever you like. Sleep with any consenting adult who will have you. Live your best life in peace and security, but force women out of their jobs for stating that sex is real? Hashtag I stand with Maya. Hashtag this is not a drill.
So what was the context of this one?
So the context is that there was a English consultant named Maya Forstater who, I guess she wasn't fired, but her contract was not renewed because she had refused to use the correct pronouns for a trans coworker or something along those lines. And a lot of so-called gender critical, that is transphobic, people in the UK decided to turn this into a celebrated cause. They, rallied behind this hashtag I stand with Maya. The idea being we shouldn't have to submit to gender ideology by, using the correct pronouns for trans people in the workplace or whatever. This is where J.K. Rowling decided to join this discourse officially. She decided to jump in on the side of people who think that it's terribly oppressive to have to use the correct pronouns for a trans person. And I guess at first, there was some ambiguity, because you could be like, well, she's not transphobic. Maybe she just believes in free speech and she thinks that, the people shouldn't be fired for having different opinions. And that at first you could sort of plausibly think that maybe, giving the benefit of the doubt, that's why she was getting involved in this. But to people who kind of know the pattern that transphobia takes, we all pretty much knew that, oh, okay, she's really transphobic behind the scenes. There's no way that you decide to die on this hill unless you already were. At least that's what I think now. I mean, I think J.K. Rowling was at her most dangerous in 2019 and in 2020, because the stuff she was saying seems kind of plausible and reasonable to the average person, and so there's this kind of clever selection of which topics to get behind, right? Instead of just, I don't know, calling trans women men in dresses or whatever. It's like she's defending the right of people to not use the correct pronouns if they don't agree, and these people kind of hedge in this way, when they have a kind of bigoted opinion, instead of just stating it outright, they sort of defend their right to have that opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So that's very much what this thing with Maya Forstater is, right? It's like she's not saying something sort of directly transphobic, but she's kind of indirectly getting there by being like, I am going to publicly champion Maya's right to be transphobic.
I feel like in the early days, she did so much of this plausible deniability stuff where it's like, I'm just saying sex is real. And the average person who isn't a terminally online queer is going to be like, yeah, sex is real, whatever. Who cares? That's not a big deal.
Yeah, she was very effective early on at kind of deciding what it was that she thought people were mad about, right? And so she framed the conversation oh, here's why I'm getting backlash. I'm getting backlash because I said, quote unquote, sex is real. And so it kind of seems like if you believe her account of what people are mad about, then it sounds like everyone who's mad is unreasonable. because they're mad at her taking this kind of an abstract philosophical position about the metaphysics of biological sex. Like, right? Is that what people are mad about? No, right? It's of course it's not that. It's because she's intervening in this social and political debate, right, on the side that wants trans people functionally not to exist in public life or not to be acknowledged in public life. So that's what people are mad about, right? But early on, I think she was able to kind of frame her position as being this, like, I don't know, almost philosophical position about the reality of sex or something. That's what she wanted to make it sound like, instead of a political position about the place of transgender people in society.
When you first saw that tweet, were like alarm bells ringing?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at that point, I was like, yeah, I basically internally thought there was like a 999 out of 1,000% chance that it's, as people say, over, right? It was
Right.
it's so over, right? Like, I basically already kind of knew that, but I also kind of knew that, like, well, most people aren't going to notice that it's over until she says something more explicit.
Until she's doing Holocaust denial.
Yeah, until she's doing Holocaust denial, exactly. But of course, I've seen enough people who kind of start this way with this like flirtation with bigotry, where stage one is usually like, well, I support the right for people to be bigots. Like, I don't like that there's this like cancel culture, whatever, politically correct, you can't say anything anymore. Like, it's kind of, that's usually like the prelude to a bunch of bigoted stuff. It's kind of like a softer way of getting a foot in the door. Like, you're not necessarily committing yourself to saying anything bigoted, but you'll stand up for the right of people to say that. And you don't like how, vicious people are being towards people who are getting criticized for saying more bigoted things. In retrospect, it's clear that she's preparing the way to be the one saying those bigoted things herself.
For a while longer, well into 2020, she like continues this road of like, sex is real. And so I'm going to send you another thread.
It's funny how I know all of these by heart practically.
It's like song lyrics.
Right. I'm like a scholar of the things that J.K. Rowling has said about trans people, right? Like, oh yes, tweet 7 verse 3. Like
I know, because we've read these fucking tweets so many times.
I know. It's been the last 4 years has been dominated by having to read these terrible opinions again and again. This is honestly, no one should be allowed to get this famous. It's too dangerous.
Okay, but for the normal people listening who aren't so online, do you want to read what she tweeted on June 6th, I believe, 2020?
Dear normal people, this is me reading from the Book of Rowling, chapter 6. Quote, if sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth. Tweet 2. The idea that women like me, who've been empathetic to trans people for decades, feeling kinship because they're vulnerable in the same way as women, that is, to male violence, hate trans people because they think sex is real and has lived consequences, it is a nonsense. Sorry, I can't say. I feel like I can't say is a nonsense without doing it in an English accent. I'm going to switch to doing an English accent for the last one because I just feel like. I respect every trans person's right to live any way that feels authentic and comfortable to them. I'd march with you if you were discriminated against on the basis of being trans. At the same time, my life has been shaped by being female. I do not believe it is hateful to say so.
I'd march with you if you were being discriminated against.
Yeah, that's a big, big red flag, right? And this was like the same month that like in the US, like Donald Trump had like announced like an intention to like ban trans healthcare.
Yes.
The notion that like discrimination against trans people is this like hypothetical thing that might occur in the future, right?
If ever there was a trans person who faced bigotry on the basis of their identity, I would stand up for them. But that hasn't happened yet, so I'm not standing up yet.
Yeah, right. No one's ever been discriminated against for being trans, but like if it does happen, I'll march with you.
But okay, first of all, by the way, these tweets got hundreds of thousands of likes, and people were like, yes, you're a warrior. But it's like, again, a normal person who isn't super online. And I mean, from the queer and pro-trans end, but also from like the super like turfy anti-trans end. Like if you aren't part of either of those groups, you're reading this and you're like, what the fuck is she talking about? Like, what is this sex is real thing? Like, what is she talking about?
it's a weird argument, right? Because it seems on the surface like it's like a linguistic point that she's trying to make, right? There's this idea that, like she says, quote, if we get rid of the concept of sex, that removes the ability of many to discuss their lives. Okay, this is what I think the assumption is. It's like, if we acknowledge that trans people are who they say they are, then that means that none of the rest of us can talk about how gender has impacted our lives, right? In other words, like if a trans woman is a woman, then I guess, I, J.K. Rowling, can never talk about the way that I have been discriminated against for being a woman. I mean, it's a little bit of an oppression Olympics almost kind of argument where it's like there can only be one oppressed group, right? And if we talk about how, there's no way to include trans people as a valid concept without sort of somehow like deleting or erasing the entire concept of women, which I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right? In fact, J.K. Rowling will later use this as an example. Okay, what does it mean to erase women? I mean, well, okay, so she'll use the example of like, okay, some hospital somewhere on a piece of paperwork uses the term pregnant person instead of pregnant women. Why? Because there's transgender men who can and have gotten pregnant, and so saying pregnant people is a more like, even if you find that to be an awkward phrase, like it's still a more inclusive phrase that is going to help trans men who need reproductive health care that conventionally would be women's health, right? I just don't understand why making it inclusive to transgender men somehow like deletes the concept of women from existence, like which like what it doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like it's like a weird pretext for being prejudicial.
Well, and it's just such a lie. I mean, you see this a lot with TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists. It's like the arm of quote unquote feminism that is basically just defined by transphobia, especially towards trans women.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would say that it's especially towards trans women. I would say that they're especially vitriolic towards trans women, and they kind of vilify trans women, are sort of cast as like dangerous predators. But trans men, I feel like the way that a lot of like, including J.K. Rowling, like talk about trans men is like quite reprehensible, I think too. Like usually the idea is like trans men are like confused girls who've been like tricked by like the medical establishment, like the evil cabal of endocrinologists who have like somehow like hoodwinked vulnerable girls into thinking that they're men, which of course is like not how the healthcare system works at all. Like you really have to scream and cry to get hormones. Like no one is persuading you to do this. In fact, quite the opposite. Everyone is telling you not to. So the idea that trans men, or that any kind of assigned female at birth trans person, is this sort of confused, vulnerable baby child, like it's not vilification to the extent that they vilify trans women as dangerous predators, but it's infantilizing in a way that I think can be just as harmful in its consequences, right? When someone says, oh, you can't make decisions about your own body because you're too confused and childish, like, that has devastating consequences, which we see. And any feminist should be aware of how this works, because this is what they say about abortion. It's what they say about contraception. It's what they say about women's health in general. Shut up, little girl, right? You can't make decisions about your body. We'll do it for you. And that's exactly the same thing J.K. Rowling is essentially saying to trans men.
TERFs, especially towards trans men, do this like, we're losing our lesbians, they're all becoming trans men thing, which that as a refrain, I just don't understand at all, because like statistically, when you look at like the number of Gen Z people who are coming out as queer under every single one of the letters, it's higher in all of them.
Right.
Like there are more out lesbians today than there have ever been.
Yes, right. There's never been more lesbians. Like,
Like, and to be clear, I love that.
Yes, it's good. It's good, actually. Yeah. No, I mean, I feel like it comes from, it's like a very like selfish, like childish perspective. It's almost like, no, don't transition. You're so sexy. Aha. Like, like I feel like that's kind of like what, like, and like some gay women do say this about trans men. Like, no, like all the butch women are transitioning. Like it's like, fuck, I wanted to fuck them before. No. And it's like, okay, well, too bad. Like other people don't have to live their lives in accordance with what you find sexually attractive. Like again, as a woman, you should know this, right? You should know that what the way you're speaking about someone as if your sexual attraction to them entitles you to their living a certain way. You should know why that's bad and why that feels violating and why that robs someone of autonomy, right?
And with TERFs and this whole thing of like they're erasing the linguistic concept of a woman, it's like What world do you
Yeah.
have to live in for that to feel like the truth? And look, I'm not a woman, and so sometimes with these conversations I'm very careful about, like, even J.K. Rowling, a woman who I disagree with entirely on so many of these issues. It's like, I don't want to police her understanding of her own trauma as it pertains to like being a woman. However, I still, like, we all live in the same society, and it's like, I'm just very hard pressed to think that the word woman is going anywhere. It's like, I don't think that because on some, like, in some medical papers that are being published, that they're using the terms people who get pregnant, people who have periods. I don't think that means that, like, they're going to start calling you in casual conversation a person who menstruates.
No, and no one talks like that way. I've never heard a trans person casually refer to cis women as people who menstruate, because the entire point of that term is that it doesn't just refer to cis women. That people have sort of a visceral reaction to it, which I guess I can kind of understand. Like, I think if you were to make like an intelligible, like understandable argument out of what J.K. Rowling seems to be saying in these tweets, I mean, I think you could put it like this: like, for most women, the way that they are oppressed in society is in fact intertwined with biology, right? With the women's reproductive role, as most women are capable of getting pregnant, and that becomes a area where women's lives are policed, right? And it's interesting how J.K. Rowling never talks about this, right? Not a word about Roe v. Wade being overturned in the United States. For most women, biology and misogyny they certainly are intertwined. There's a case to be made that anyone who's assigned female at birth does sort of belong to a oppressed class by virtue of their reproductive capability, especially, like, you know, the sensitivity around, like, you know, saying people who menstruate or people who give birth. I feel like if you hear those phrases in isolation, they kind of like can be abrasive sounding, because there's like a lot of shame and stigma there have for thousands of years around menstruation. And, you know, women often are kind of reduced by patriarchy to like birthing people in a sense, right? So I feel like that there's like some like grain of something I can sympathize with there in terms of having a visceral negative reaction to these phrases. But I feel like anyone who takes a second to cool down, understand the context of the phrase, will see that that's like clearly not the intention. They know that it has going to have an emotional effect for a lot of women to see those phrases. And so they kind of decontextualize it and like blast it onto Twitter with like a kind of vague implication that, oh, this is what they are going to reduce you to. And like, they is who? They is quote unquote trans ideology, which is sort of vaguely implied to be this like powerful cabal.
Right. Which is also incredible, because in real life, it's like people with 100 followers on Twitter.
Yes, right. It's like you're being yelled at by like random like furries. Like,
J.K. Rowling, she does fixate heavily on her own perceived persecution by trans people on Twitter. J.K. Rowling often gets into these like feuds, like very public feuds that she actually, I want to Google how many followers she has on Twitter. J.K. Rowling. Do you know the number by heart?
I mean, I think it used to be like 14 million.
Oh, it's 14 million.
I hate that I know this.
Me too.
I don't want these facts in my head.
J.K. Rowling, to her 14 million followers, she like regularly puts these random ass people on blast. And it's like, I don't know. I have 400,000 Twitter followers, which is, by the way, too many for a twink. But nonetheless, it's like lots of horrible people say horrible things to me on the internet. You have to be aware of the power dynamic of like when you have 14 million followers.
I feel like what's missing from J.K. Rowling's discussion of how she's like victimized by social media is any understanding of power. And I think that a key thing that is going on with J.K. Rowling is that she doesn't conceptualize herself as a powerful person. I mean, and this is common, right? Because you know, most people kind of think of themselves as like heroic underdogs. I feel, because I don't know, you got bullied as a child, you got, you know, right, like in J.K. Rowling's case, like she used to live in relative poverty. She was a single mom. She fled a abusive relationship, and so I still think in a way she kind of thinks of herself as this like small, like scared person, like on the run. I mean, she's had like 25 years to like catch up to the new reality, but I feel like internally she still hasn't, right? I think it's hard for a lot of people to make this switch where you realize like, oh, I am the big fish now, right? Like I am the one who has power. And I think that, I mean, a lot of what privilege is a kind of blindness to your own power. She hasn't noticed that she's extremely powerful and influential. So it hasn't occurred to her that, like, I don't know, going after some like random YouTuber with 100,000 subscribers is like weird behavior for a celebrity of her size.
And not even a YouTuber with 100,000 subscribers. Random ass people. I was just scrolling through her Twitter the other day getting ready for this episode, and like she was sending multiple tweets, like screenshotting this man's tweets and then sending out her responses to her 14 million followers. This guy named Rajan, who wrote, "I am a cis male and an ally of the LGBTQ community. All of my life I have fought for diversity and equality. I advised 2 attorney generals on race and equality issues and prosecuted on behalf of victims of crime. I know who I am, and I am proud of what I stand for." And then she responded with her own tweet, which she was pretending to speak in his voice, in Rajan's voice, where she wrote, "I am a man who wants to see girls and women stripped of their rights and protections for the benefit of my fellow men." And it's like, okay, obviously that's not what Rajan was saying, but then I was like, who the hell is Rajan? He has 453 followers. The tweet which she sent out to her 14 million followers, Rajan's original tweet, had 25 likes.
Yeah, it's like literally just some guy, and she's just like there's no sense of the influence that she wields. Like, I mean, in a way, it's like she does think that she's just someone's like Facebook aunt. She's behaving in a way indistinguishable from the way she's not acting like a public figure.
I just can't understand how J.K. Rowling has spent, and this is what she does every day, by the way. Listener, feel free to go to her Twitter. She's beefing with someone who lives in like fucking Iowa, and it's like, I just can't conceptualize, especially if I had $1 billion. I don't know. I would be on like a yacht probably and not arguing with fucking Rajan, 453 followers. Rajan, if you're out there, shout out. You seem like a great guy.
Yeah, we love Rajan on this podcast.
I just can't make sense of her spending. I imagine her rocking back and forth in the corner of like her 11th living room in her 6th castle, just like on Twitter sweating.
I think we like to imagine that when people get, really rich and famous, then there's a sense of like peace or happiness or tranquility that accompanies that. But that seems not to be the case, right? I mean, I'm trying to imagine being in that situation. I feel that like once you've achieved a certain level of like, success beyond most people's wildest dreams, it must be hard to know what to do with that feeling of discontentment that's like still inside of you. And I think that sometimes people like, wildly successful people like J.K. Rowling or Elon Musk, they sort of get addicted to Twitter as this like source of conflict almost. It's almost like you have to once you don't have to worry about money, once you're free of your past abusive relationship, once you've accomplished all the things you previously wanted to accomplish, it's like it's almost like you can't just be happy with that. You need to like find a new like fight almost. And so people go looking on Twitter. You can always find a fight on Twitter. I think there's something very unhealthy about the way that a lot of people relate to using the internet as a source of conflict. And then once your ego gets invested, and I think that's part of what's going on with J.K. Rowling, of course, is that because she's she's like positioned herself so firmly on the anti-trans side, she now feels like she has to defend it viciously, because otherwise that would mean admitting that she was wrong and admitting that she's caused a massive amount of damage.
Yes, and you know what? It is really hard to like profess your beliefs in front of a lot of people. Like I have basically done that as part of my job of making like social and political content and commentary online for the last few years. Like one of the things that took me too long to come to grips with is that like sometimes you need to know when you're wrong and like take the L, as the kids say. And I've had to take L's online, and it's embarrassing and it makes you feel small. I mean, Natalie, I know that's happened to you where you've had to come to the mic and be like, yeah, I was wrong about this thing, even if it takes a while to do that. That is also one of the greatest like personal lessons that I've taken away from like being online politically, is that being wrong is actually like, I mean, it's so fucking corny, but it's like it's an opportunity.
I think it's like genuinely like spiritually good for you to be able to accept that. It's been helpful to me over time to learn to get a lot of criticism and to kind of be at peace with it, and to not feel like I need to constantly be like a vigilant defender of my own ego. People are going to say things about me, and they're going to misrepresent me, and they're going to criticize me. And some of it will be true and a lot of it will be false. And like, you just kind of have to learn to find peace with that. Otherwise, you'll go crazy. But yeah, what we have on our hands here with Ms. Rowling is a case of someone who is pathologically incapable of ever letting anything go ever.
Ever.
Right? Like, I don't think she's ever once admitted to being wrong about a single thing.
No, and that includes the Holocaust denial arc, which I'm teasing the listener with because we're not quite there yet. I want to return to the role of language in all of this and like semantics, right? We're going to be talking about the transphobia serving as a gateway into further right-wing, broader right-wing ideology. But then I also think that, taking it back a step, I think some people's entry into transphobia are these like, frankly, like silly semantic word arguments.
Yeah.
They're erasing the word women. And so as another example, what I think is a powerful example of that, Anna Kasparian. So Anna Kasparian, she's one of the political commentators on the Young Turks, which is one of the bigger and one of the earlier left-wing political YouTube shows. She had her viral, I don't care what the Bible says. I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I think she's had some really great things to say over the years. And none of that, none of the education, none of anything stopped her from falling into the transphobic semantic rabbit hole last May. Like all horrible things, this took place on Twitter. So I'm going to send you the tweets.
Okay, so this first tweet is, I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. If you just take this tweet at face value, I don't even disagree with it. I think yeah, right. You shouldn't refer to an individual person as a birthing person. That's weird. I agree. I feel like where I disagree is in the subtext, right? The first question I have is, in what context did someone refer to Anna in this way? Did this happen? Did someone call her a person who menstruates? Like in what context? Was the context on a piece of medical paperwork? Should phrases such as a person who menstruates replace the phrase woman in everyday English? No, of course not. Who's suggesting that? Is anyone suggesting that? I've never once heard a trans person suggest that. So it's like we're arguing against this position that, who are we arguing against? I don't know. It feels like there's, for some reason, there's this need to argue against this straw man version of a trans activist who insists that we stop using the word woman. I've never heard someone claim that. I also think even the extent to which this is used in medical context is overstated. I don't know. I'm thinking of recent times I've interacted with the medical system. I feel like I'm often, when you select your gender on medical paperwork, it's usually male, female, or other, or
right.
and it will ask you to explain. So I will usually add, as a context note that I'm a transgender woman, so that insofar as that's medically relevant, it's noted. I have not given birth, nor have I been to the hospital with someone giving birth recently. So I cannot say what the experience is like. But I guess I'd be curious to know, how often, I don't know, if someone's listening to this, if you had a baby at a hospital recently, how frequently were phrases like birthing person used? My guess is not very frequently. So I'm not sure what, it just feels like a sort of an imaginary argument that we're having.
Totally.
I'm lacking context for where is this occurring? I spend a lot of time around women actually, and I feel like I don't see these phrases being thrown around very often these days. And I'm in a very trans inclusive, kind of social environment. So you'd think if lots of people had replaced the word woman with person with a uterus, I think I would have heard that, but I haven't.
Right. So she's starting to get kind of dogged online, and she responds with tweet number 2. Please hold. Did you receive?
Hold on, not yet.
Oh wait, did it not send to you?
I don't see it.
Oh weird. Okay, wait, let me try again. Maybe I just sent it to the wrong person. And then out of nowhere, you receive an Anna Kasparian tweet from a year ago.
You might want to figure out who you just sent that to, because it could be kind of weird with no context. Okay, tweet 2. LOL. The meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological woman who has had a fucking lifetime of being told I'm less than. I'm a woman, no apologies. So again, it's like, I don't know, a lot of this type of like transphobic stuff comes from a kind of like misdirected frustration with misogyny. Anna reacts as if, oh, people are sort of forcing me to be called a birthing person, and then that's sort of somehow erasing the lifetime of misogyny that I've had to experience as a woman. I mean, I think it's like a kind of scapegoating, right? I feel that like a lot of times, like people who get into the sort of gender critical talking points, it's often a kind of like displaced rage and frustration at experiences of misogyny, often in like leftist spaces, right? Because that's a real thing. Misogyny is pretty rampant on the left, as it is everywhere. And I think that a lot of women find that hard to complain about. And it's difficult in part because men usually are in power. I don't know, you kind of, as a woman, you kind of have to like pander to men to get through the day to some extent. So it's like frightening to take a stand against men. But trans people are this kind of like hated minority that it's sort of easy to like, it's kind of easy to like dump all of your like frustrations and rage onto trans people, because there's a social momentum behind that in a way that there sort of isn't against like, I don't know, frustration with misogyny in leftist spaces, for example. I honestly kind of feel bad for Anna reading these tweets, because obviously like there's some massive life, as she says, a lifetime of like of difficult experiences that's behind this, and it's blowing up now, but it's choosing as its target this very weird thing that seems to me to be slightly off topic.
So these tweets are in March. And then in July, she is still kind of stuck on this transgender issue. In a discussion about various social justice movements and their methods for accomplishing their goals, she tweets what I have selected as tweet number 3, which I will send to you now.
Oh, this one. Yeah, this is okay. See, and this is okay. This tweet, I know I'm talking about the tweet before I've read it, but I do feel that this tweet that I'm about to read, it really kind of does showcase the way that transphobia is kind of a red flag, and it's often like the prelude to a whole bunch of nonsense. Okay. Anna Kasparian, quote, "The civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers they disagreed with in a classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through nonviolence and showing America their humanity." So this is basically the entire thing that the podcast called The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling was about. This was the podcast with Megan Phelps Roper of West Row Baptist Church fame and J.K. Rowling, where a lot of the argument was like, what we really hate about the trans movement is that they use like illiberal methods, and it's so unlike all past movements. Like gay rights wasn't like this, and women's rights wasn't like this, and the civil rights movement, they never did anything violent, and they were always polite, and they never raised their voices, and they never called people names. And it's just like, well, I'm sorry, that historically is not true.
And it's so jarring to see someone like Anna Kasparian who knows all of that. She knows all of that. I mean, all of these movements had, you think about that one famous clip of Angela Davis talking about like whether or not she endorses violence. And she's just like, well, whether or not I endorse it is besides the point. Violence is the only thing I've ever known as a black person in America.
Have these people heard of Malcolm X? Have they heard of
Stonewall? Like, come on.
What do these people think the civil rights movement was? Like, I mean, and it's literally every one of these movements too. Like, I mean, again, people think of women's suffrage, and that's just assumed to be like, you think of the women marching with their banners, and it's like, oh, they just had to show people their humanity by being peaceful. And it's like, churches were firebombed by suffragettes in the UK. People were physically, there were people murdered for women's suffrage, which is not to say that I am endorsing these violent methods, but it's like,
I'm about to get so demonetized.
Okay, wait, hold on. I can let me rephrase that. People were unalived. People were unalived in the name of women's suffrage, right? right? Churches became more on fire than they previously had been in the name of women's suffrage, right? Like these are this is the historical reality that people forget because it's sort of more comfortable, I guess, to assume that like, oh, like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. just had to get up on the podium and say, "I have a dream. Look, I'm human," and then all the white people clapped and said, "Yes, let's have rights for all." And it's like, no, that's not what happened. To desegregate schools in Alabama, like President Eisenhower had to send in the army. Desegregation happened at gunpoint. It was not a peaceful process. I hope that trans rights can be accomplished with less violence than that. And I think, in fact, there's no reason why that shouldn't be the case. But to suggest that like the trans rights movement is this like uniquely violent thing, like it just isn't. It just isn't. It's just false.
You've teed me up. We've arrived at Holocaust denialism.
We sure have.
2 weeks ago, J.K. Rowling saw a tweet. Someone had written to her, "The Nazis burnt books on trans healthcare and research. Why are you so desperate to uphold their ideology around gender?" And this obviously pissed her off a lot because she screenshotted it and tweeted it out to her own audience with the additional caption where she wrote, How did you type this out and press send without thinking, I should maybe check my source for this because it might have been a fever dream?" And I just want to add, before we get into any of this, my favorite thing about this exchange is that the tweet which J.K. Rowling took, which accused her of sharing the Nazis' ideology on trans healthcare, the tweet has 5 views, not likes. Wow. It has 5 views. That is 0 likes. That is like, you get 5 views on a tweet just by it existing in the ether.
Yeah, that is I mean, I've almost never seen a tweet with that few views.
She went out of her way to find a tweet that would allow her to participate in Holocaust denial. It was like she had to chase this one.
Yeah, that makes it all the more baffling because it's like, okay, I understand why you would start doing a little casual Holocaust denial in the heat of the moment because like, I don't know, like you were on the spot and like, I don't know, someone had you backed into a corner and you just like said whatever you thought you needed to say to win the argument. Right. But it's like, this is just like free form, like completely like out of the blue. You know what? I've been searching around the dark corners of Twitter lately, and I feel like today is the day I shall begin denying the Holocaust. like what?
You need to buy a yacht and just go on it. So she tweets this, right? And so the person accuses the person's claim is that Nazis burnt books on trans healthcare and research, and J.K. Rowling says that they must be experiencing a fever dream to have claimed that. That is absolutely true. The Nazis did ban hordes of books of some of the earliest and most important at the time books on trans healthcare and research. Specifically, what this person is referencing is the burning of the library of the Institute for Sexual Research. So just a little bit of quick history. There was this young gay doctor in Germany. His name was Magnus Hirschfeld. In 1919, he opened I'm going to do my German voice, the Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft, which translates roughly to the Institute for Sexual Research. It was the first sexology research center in the world. You know, Hirschfeld was gay. He had grown up in a deeply homophobic era of Germany. He was super traumatized, not only by being gay, but witnessing homophobia against other queer people. He would later go on to talk about having witnessed in medical school, watching a fellow gay student who was trotted out naked in front of a class to be humiliated by the rest of the class for being a quote unquote degenerate. So at this Institute of Sexual Research, which he opened, he basically had all of these gay and trans patients who he would treat for various needs. There were anti-cross-dressing laws in Germany at the time, and he would get his trans patients this like special transgender ID card that like by today's standards would be, you know, strange and demoralizing. But at the time, it actually legally protected them from being prosecuted under these cross-dressing laws. If the cops came up to you, you were like, here's my trans ID. See, I'm a certified transgender. And they'd be like, okay, Magnus Hirschfeld this was like gay, trans, like cis gay to trans allyship. Also in the Institute of Sexual Research, there was among the first libraries about sexuality and gender. And this guy was collecting research 100 years ago on these topics that would be considered progressive today. There was some of the earliest literature on various gender-affirming surgeries. And by 1930, the Institute was performing some of the first, what we think of today as modern gender-affirming surgeries in the world. And who was one of his patients?
Lily Elba.
Lily Elba was
the Danish girl.
The Danish girl who was one of his patients. So the Nazi Party comes to rise, and Hitler wanted to cleanse society of, what he deemed lives unworthy of living. On May 6th, 1933, the Nazis raided the Institute of Sexual Research and burned 20,000 of its books on the street. And this was very famously one of the first Nazi book burnings. There are photos of it. This isn't deep buried
No, it's
research.
not obscure. It's not obscure stuff. It's one of the most famous photos of Nazi book burning, which I guarantee most people have seen.
And so this initial tweet that J.K. Rowling called this person basically insane for writing was, "The Nazis burnt books on trans healthcare and research. Why are you so desperate to uphold their ideology around gender?" And so this is just factually true, right?
Yeah.
Whatever you think of J.K. Rowling, the Nazis did do that, and she does share their view on trans healthcare and gender. That's just what's happening. And so people start to point out that, babe, you're doing a little bit of Holocaust denial by saying that this didn't happen. Alejandra Caraballo, who is a notable trans person on Twitter, she responded writing, "You're engaging in Holocaust denial." J.K. Rowling responds,
"Neither of your articles support the contention that trans people were the first victims of the Nazis, or that all research on trans healthcare was burned in 1930s Germany. You are engaging in lying, Alejandra." So she responds by being pedantic. I don't know. It's hard to respect this. It's not engaging at all with the spirit of what anyone is saying. I mean, so first of all, we can, and it is interesting, to dive into the actual historical record of this and the way that some of the, first Nazi book burnings were in fact targeting an early library of books about gay rights and about transgender medicine. But it also, even without talking about the factual record, let's think big picture here. Do we really think that the National Socialist Party was what they would have just been fine with trans people, right? Oh no, they're against the gays and they're against the Jews and they're against the Romani, but the transvestites, yeah, we love them. What? I mean, and of course, we can verify historically that yes, trans people are persecuted. I've seen a lot of that I consider extremely bad faith discourse about this controversy, with people saying well, the Nazis didn't have the category transgender, which is a more recent invention. And yes, that's true, but okay, the Nazis didn't officially persecute lesbians either, because I don't think that, because I mean, if you look at the history of lesbophobia, often the form that lesbophobia takes is that lesbians are just not seen as real, right? It's sort of not acknowledged even as a valid phenomenon, where male homosexuality is seen as degeneracy and until something to be persecuted. Oftentimes, it's just kind of flatly denied that lesbians exist. Now, does that to say that no lesbians were persecuted in the Holocaust? Almost certainly not. But I know the Nazis had this category of asocial.
Correct.
It's like a black triangle was the badge, and I think that a lot of queer women were sort of killed on the basis of being asocial, quote unquote. So this kind of pedantry of being well, technically the Nazis didn't use the word, okay, but they still killed queer women and they still killed trans people. So why are you playing this pedantic game because they're engaging in the denial of transphobia, right?
Well, and it's so exhausting too, because she writes, "The contention that trans people were the first victims of the Nazis, or that all research on trans healthcare was burned in the 1930s." And it's she's arguing against the point that nobody made.
Yeah, she didn't say. Did Alejandra say that?
No.
Did she say that every single piece of research was destroyed?
No, Alejandra didn't say that. And the original tweet that J.K. Rowling said was insane, once again, just said, "The Nazis burnt books on trans healthcare and research." That was the claim.
Yeah, so she's consistently arguing against positions that no one has taken.
Correct. And it's instead of ever admitting fault, and she just shifts the goalpost over and over. And then that leads you, really, with transphobia or with anything, if you refuse to admit fault in anything that you say, you will keep shifting the goalpost, because that will be the only way that in your head you can maintain the upper hand in an argument. This refusal to admit being wrong ever leads you to some fucking wacky places. It led her to Holocaust denialism, and it led Anna Kasparian to saying that the civil rights movement was entirely peaceful, which she knows that that's not true.
Well, it's like if you can never admit that you're wrong about anything, if you make one wrong turn, you'll never get on the right path again.
Right.
Because if you don't admit that you made a wrong turn, then you can't correct it. So I feel like that is part of the fallacy that's going on here, where like, okay, J.K. Rowling can't admit that she was ever wrong about anything, and so she has no choice but to double down, triple down, and quadruple down, and just keep walking in this terrible direction, basically, right? To completely mix my metaphors, that's why she has and will continue to say more absurd and dangerous things, because that is the only option that she has if she can't admit that she made a wrong turn somewhere.
I want to talk a little bit about this like transphobia to like general right-wing madness pipeline a little bit. Media Matters conducted this study where they made a TikTok account, and in that TikTok account they only liked exclusively anti-trans content to see what the For You page algorithm would then feed the account. Very quickly, the videos, and they did an analysis of like 400 videos that TikTok then fed into their For You page, did not just keep feeding them transphobic videos, but racist videos, misogynistic videos, anti-vax and kind of other right-wing conspiracy theories, a lot of anti-Semitic conspiracy theory type content. I think that's interesting because I think it reflects what we see when people engage with transphobia in real life. And so what do you think, first of all, what do you think makes transphobia, including this like turfy transphobic feminism thing, like what do you think makes it a fundamentally right-wing ideology, and that one that is so effective and sucks people in that way?
Well, I definitely think it's true that transphobia is a gateway bigotry. Like it's often will be like the prelude to a bunch more other forms of bigotry but people I think transphobia is sort of a little bit more socially acceptable still than a lot of other forms of bigotry. So that will often be the one that people decide to publicly declare. But I also think that what is it about transphobia that makes it distinctively right-wing? And I feel like it has to do with the kind of structure of basically scapegoating a vulnerable minority and then blaming them for various social problems, right? So I feel that prejudice usually sort of operates that way, or it's one common type of prejudice, right? In the case of someone like J.K. Rowling, it seems like trans people are kind of functionally taking the place of patriarchy, right, in her arguments. So like whereas a left-wing person would notice the kind of structures of power and the kind of broader inequalities, that are the reason why women are oppressed, instead of doing that, you take the kind of way that right-wing women go, which is you almost sort of accept the patriarchy as natural and inevitable, and you instead displace that frustration onto immigrants, onto instead of complaining about men who are your brothers, or your you complain about, I don't know, Muslim men, right? Or you complain about the Jews, or you complain about, in this case, trans people. For in the 70s for Anita Bryant, it was gay people, right? It's this kind of sort of shifting scapegoat, and trans people are the current scapegoat of choice for a lot of people. But the structure of argument and the psychology behind it, I think, is very similar to like many other sort of bigoted movements. I mean, I think also like there's this element of amnesia where people sort of forget how similar this current moral panic is to like homophobia from the Bush era.
Totally.
Including things like the linguistic obsession. Like, why does no one remember the arguments that people used to have back then? I guess I'm just old, but like people used to like, I don't know. I remember the 2000s. I mean, I remember people having sort of a similar kind of semantic hang up on the word marriage, where like, I don't know, like the phrase like her wife, right, was seen by a lot of people as like, not just like sacrilegious, as blasphemy, right, as a kind of like sin, but also as a kind of like an attack on like meaning itself, an attack on the English language, like her wife being this like total nonsense, right? In the same way that I think like his uterus or whatever seems to grate on certain people today. Right. So again, like, and there was always, oh, they're redefining marriage. That was such like a slogan in those days. It sort of avoids taking a political stance. Like, really what they're mad about is the social equality of gay people, right? But the way that they present their argument is as if they're like, I don't know, pedants about grammar or something, and like what there was really concerns them is words being redefined, which I don't know, it doesn't make sense for that to be something that you feel so passionate about, in my opinion. But and it's because that's not what they're really passionate about, right? The semantic thing as a cover for a social and political thing. So I don't know, I see like transphobia in the 2020s as like sort of almost like functionally identical to homophobia in the 2000s in terms of like the role that it plays in politics and in terms of the types of arguments that people make in its favor.
And speaking about gays, something that J.K. Rowling does a lot is like speak on behalf of concerned lesbians. She does a lot of this posting, which I don't know if you have feelings about this, but she does a lot of this posting about like, you know, all of the work that gays fought for bravely is being undone by radical trans activists. And it's like, J.K. Rowling, first of all, you are not gay.
Yeah.
So take a seat. But it's also like, it pisses me off too, because she does this. She has more of a reach than like almost any gay person in the world. And she does this thing where she'll speak on behalf of gay people, being like, gays don't want that. You know, she echoes the like, gays want a divorce from the trans and queer people, you know, a political divorce. Like she does that rhetoric a lot. And I'm like, you're not gay. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And also, like, the majority of cis gay people are entirely cool with trans people and down with the cause. So what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, it's one of the most disgusting, honestly, things that she does, I think, is the way that she constantly, instead of like speaking for herself in the first person, she constantly speaks, particularly she uses like lesbians as like the kind of like banner for whatever she wants to say, and as if she's kind of like charitably or like chivalrously almost like defending the lesbians,
totally,
right? Again, and as if that's the reason that she's involved in this. And again, it just their claims again don't make any sense, right? Like, oh, we're eroding all the rights that gay activists fought for. Okay, which rights are those? Did gay activists fight for the rights not to use trans people's pronouns? Like what do you like? Which part of the gay rights struggle did that occur in? And the same is true with like women's rights are being eroded, the rights that we fought so hard for. And it's like, well, but which rights? This is just not a thing in the history of feminism. Women never had to fight for the right to like bathrooms segregated by chromosomes. That was never a thing. I feel like patriarchy never had a problem with there being separate bathrooms, right? That was never a thing that women had to fight for. In fact, if anything, it was sort of the opposite. The threat of unisex bathrooms was used by Phyllis Schlafly in the 70s as a kind of ooh, like this is what's going to happen if you pass an equal rights amendment, right? It was like a scare thing in order to stifle feminism. Separate sex segregated bathrooms has never been a thing that feminists needed to fight for.
Yeah, wow, that is such a Phyllis Schlafly did say that with the Equal Rights Amendment. She was like, there are gonna be no more women's rooms. You know, if equal rights passes and men and women are considered equal in the eyes of the law, then all bathrooms are going to be unisex. And it's literally like the same stupid, like they're erasing the word woman. It's the same shit over and over. It's like this fear mongering about things that even they know are not going to happen.
It's the same kind of slippery slope argument where it's like, okay, but if men and women have equal rights, then there will be no basis on which like women aren't sent to war, and there will be no basis on which, we shouldn't just have only one bathroom. And it's the same kind of thing. It's like, oh, if we sort of legally and socially recognize trans people, then they just list off all the exact same things that Phyllis Schlafly said were going to happen if there was an equal rights amendment. It's again, if we allow gay people to get married, then what's next? Dogs, like, right, again, these things, like where's the line? Well, the line is somewhere, right? We're not talking about whether there should be a line at all, but for them, it's like moving the line or slightly altering our semantic usage is tantamount to like total destruction of the entire system of meaning, right? So that the word woman will mean nothing now, and the word marriage will mean nothing now, and like chaos will break out, and there'll be fornication in the streets, and there will be like, no, there won't be.
J.K. Rowling has literally become one of these people who 15 years ago was like, the gays are tearing at the social fabric of society. Like that's literally just what she's doing, but replace gay with trans.
The social fabric of society.
The social fabric of society. That's what they would always say.
Right, and then they put like a sort of pseudo feminist twist on it, where it's like, oh, you will destroy the ability to talk about being a woman, because if we say the phrase "trans women are women," then suddenly women can no longer talk about all those struggles that J.K. Rowling, interestingly, already never talks about.
Right. That's the other thing, is that she claims that her whole thing is feminism, but the only thing she ever talks about is, disparaging trans people.
Well, like, think about it this way. Like, J.K. Rowling is a victim of domestic violence. And think about how powerful a thing it could have been if she decided to speak about that in some context where the focus was on domestic violence and stopping domestic violence. But she never said a word about it and never has since, except when she was kind of inserting it into the middle of a multi-paragraph tirade against trans people. There's so much potential here for her to be a powerful spokesperson for an actually good and worthy cause, but instead it's like she only brings it up for the point of like oppressing trans people. Like it's like this piece in this terrible game of chess that she's playing, and that she never sort of brings up women's rights in any other context.
So where does this leave us today? Well, I wrote down J.K. Rowling has kind of like a cult-like status in the anti-trans community. Like she's kind of their queen.
Well, of course. I mean, she's in a way the best thing that ever happened to them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you were a kind of like sort of fringe bigot movement, in a way the best thing that could possibly happen to you is someone as famous and as loved as J.K. Rowling was, and to a large extent still is, to kind of become the champion of your cause, right? So it is good for them, I think. But I also think that for J.K. Rowling, like, she is now like wedded to this, and this is now like half of her legacy.
And it's certainly the part of her legacy, I think, at this point that she cares the most about, because she sees herself as a warrior standing up for women's rights. And you know what? As many people as there are, like you and I, who are willing to like get into the weeds of how dangerous all of this shit is, like, she has millions of people online who worship the ground she walks on, not in spite of the turf shit, but because of it.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who sincerely view her as like the feminist of our time, which sucks.
Yeah, it does. Well, especially when it was coming at the expense of a lot of attention that could be going towards feminist issues that matter. Like, again, I live in a country where we just overturned the right to abortion, and instead of talking about that, the most famous author in the world has decided to lead a crusade against transgender people.
She and Elon Musk, which, like, I don't know, like, did she ever see the people who she's aligning herself with? Like, does she ever see the people who are defending her? Fucking Putin defended her.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Oh my God.
I'm
going to insert the clip of Putin defending her.
They cancelled Joan Rowling recently, the children's author. Her books are published all over the world, even just because she didn't satisfy the demands of gender rights.
Like, I don't know. Do you ever just stop and sit down and be like, wow, my comrades are Elon Musk and Vladimir Putin.
And Vlad Putin, yeah. right. And it's like,
I must be on the good side.
Cancel culture is coming for everyone now. Russia, J.K. Rowling. Like, what? Like, I'm sorry. What? Like, it just doesn't.
What the fuck is going on? So she and Elon Musk are like kind of outspokenly campaigning against this new hate crime law in Scotland that would make it illegal to, quote, stir up hatred against protected characteristics. So, of course, Joanne Rowling is fighting against this because that's all she does now. And that's all she's done for the last 5 years is stir up hatred against protected characteristics, being trans people. And it's just, I don't know. It's like one of those things too, where it's like, do you ever find yourself campaigning against a hate crime law and wonder, like, it's me, like, I'm the problem?
Well, I think that's the problem, is that there's nothing that could, at this point, I don't think there's any moment that could cause her to have the realization that I'm the problem, right? It's like that part of her brain has shut down. It's scary to think how far that she could go with this, because I don't think there is a limit.
I don't think there is a limit. And speaking of where this leads, like, obviously it leads to so many dark places and damaging and harmful places, but every now and then, transphobia and just like kind of the brain worms that come with it can lead to some truly spectacular results. And so I want to end, we're going to revisit actually the woman who kind of kicked this all off, which is Maya Forstadter.
My favorite.
Her feud with Tala. So
Goddamn Tala. Tala, the most sinister figure ever to.
In 2022, a chain of libraries in the United Kingdom updated their mascot from I need to pull it together. A chain of libraries in the UK updated their mascot from what was a mama bear reading to its like little child bear to Tala, a cartoon like baby alien looking thing. Very adorable, big eyes, little pink nose, just like green skin, just adorable little baby alien Tala. Tala's gender was not specified, and the library referred to the updated mascot using they them pronouns. Maya Forstadter, I'm going to send you the tweet. You have to read them. Can you do the voice?
I got it, yeah. I've been training for years for this moment. Also, Tala looks gender neutral because Tala looks like a toddler. That's what toddlers look like, right? Toddlers don't have secondary sex character. Like, what are we doing here? Like, all right. Here's my Forsatter. Some more thoughts about Bookstart Bear and Tala, because no, I don't buy the sneering argument that this is not important. Stuff about young children and mothers is not beneath consideration. That's feminism.
So
and then below there's a picture of two alternate logos for the Hertfordshire County Libraries, one of whom is the Bookstart Bear and the other of whom is Tala the alien. I don't buy the sneering argument that this is not important.
This turns into kind of like a multi-day tirade for her, and the library ultimately responds. The library addresses the issue, and so I'm going to send you that.
A mother with her baby daughter at Hitchin Library at Hertz Library's Rhyme Time, aimed at 0 to 5-year-olds, messaged me, quote, Bookstart Bear has been retired and replaced with Talia, a trans bear with they-them pronouns. I cannot express how upset I feel. Why do children need this? And then the library responds to this tweet saying, just to confirm, Tala isn't trans, they are an alien. So obviously Maya was not like done at that. I think she did it must have been 30 tweets.
Oh yeah, she has, and I have a couple more if you want to like round it out.
Oh yeah. Let's go in.
Yeah.
Tala is an otherworldly creature. The publicity doesn't even say alien. But one thing that is clear is it is an infant, big eyes, big head, and to emphasize it, toddler's clothing. So where does this infant, who takes they-them pronouns, parents are told, come from? Where are its parents? Did it hatch from an egg, or was it born from a mama? Who looks after its interests? Ask these questions, and you get the usual. You are obsessing about genitals.
So there are like 100 more tweets that she writes about Tala.
Yeah, there's so many tweets. And it's like so fixated on like the biological reproductive origins of this. Like, what about the three-eyed alien from Toy Story? Like, was that hatched from an egg?
Like did Tala come out of a vagina?
Right. Did Tala? we need to know which vagina Tala came out of, if any, and if so, how? Like, I mean, this is an interesting, because you know how like I don't know, anything like gay people done is seen by homophobes as like inherently sexual. I feel like the second you like just like simply using they them pronouns for a cartoon character is enough to send these people spiraling into like a like crisis about like the nature of life on Earth, like where they're like okay, well like they just need to, like, why do you need to know how a cartoon character was spawned? I feel like we don't do this with like the Berenstein bears. Like I guess they're bears, so presumably like mammalian reproduction, but like I don't know. I feel like it's pretty common like for cartoon characters for children not to go into intricate detail about the precise nature of like how they were biologically conceived. It's just like a weird, I don't know, this is a weird thing to spiral about.
She's just tweeting over and over again about like, was a dick inserted into a vagina to reproduce this? And then it's a picture of little green Tala. I just don't see this and think about its immaculate conception. And I think to see a cartoon character of this nature and for that to be the thing that you fixate on for multiple days, that's the brain rot, right? It's this and Holocaust denial.
Right. There's real things going on in the world, and this is what they're talking about. I feel like it's, we've kind of gone over a bunch of people who get upset about essentially nothing, whether it's Tala or whether it's, I don't know, the hypothetical use of the phrase person with a uterus, or it's the like totally like crazy idea that like somehow trans people are going to destroy the concept of woman itself. Like all of this is like nonsense and it's very funny to laugh at, but at the end of the day, like it's being said in a context where like trans people's right to healthcare is being legislated away.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of sad other side to this coin, which is that like as silly as all these arguments are, they ultimately are being made in the service of something that's going to hurt a lot of people.
Yeah. And so what I wanted to end on is just like the rabbit hole to go down, whether it's through anger about Tala or anger about, this fear based on nothing, that like your identity as a cis woman is going to be erased. Like, what do you see as an effective way to stop it before it starts for people? Is it just being aware of dog whistles?
Yeah, it's being aware of the dog whistles, and it's also like trying to like redirect conversations back to the things that like really matter. It's so hard to avoid getting completely derailed by these kind of like pseudo debates about semantics, right? Like the sex is real stuff. There's some part of me that thinks like, oh, we shouldn't be too mean to people when they start with those dog whistles, because I fear that kind of like pushes them further into this spiral. But also I feel like not calling out the dog whistles is bad, because those of us who've been doing this long enough, like we know what they are and we have experience with this. It's hard to suppress your own pattern recognition at a certain point. Trans people are losing their healthcare, and we're talking about like we're fussing over like the exact terminology used on medical paperwork and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, is this a good priority? Is this really the most pressing thing affecting women or affecting trans people today? Like, no, like not even close. This is like a circus sideshow that somehow manages to absorb so much of people's energy. It's really frustrating to me when it's public figures who should know that like, don't get like led into like little traps like this, right? Don't get baited into like opening like the funnel of bigotry, because I feel like that's what a lot of these people do. Like if even if they don't say outright like, oh, I hate trans people, we trans people should be persecuted legally, like they kind of like they sort of drop you off in front of the door to those types of position where like someone who actually does think that, like Ron DeSantis or Donald Trump or whoever it is, it's kind of priming people for receptivity to those more sinister arguments. I mean, it sounds like with J.K. Rowling, she's already at the most sinister end, where denial is a fundamental part of bigotry, and denying that trans people were persecuted by the Third Reich it's pretty heinous. Oh, one other thing I want to say is that I know like some pedantic people are going to be like, technically she's not denying the Holocaust because she accepts the Holocaust happened. She just doesn't think that people were persecuted because they were trans. And it's like, okay, well, that's still a form of denial, because even if the category transgender was not something that was used by the Nazis, like the category degenerate existed, the category homosexual existed, and the category asocial existed, and trans people absolutely were persecuted under those labels. And also there were transsexual people. That was the word they used back. I believe the word transsexual was actually coined by Magnus Hirschfeld. And so there absolutely, yes, were people who were killed and their ideas burned for being trans in that sense. So yeah, she's also just wrong.
And you know what? We didn't make this for J.K. Rowling. She's too far gone, but you're not.
No.
Your mom's not. Your sister's not. So send this to someone who is just saying, well, sex is real, right? Sex is real, and you can dress however you please and sleep with any consenting adult who will have you. She I'm so sorry. She really did get off to like a rocky start with that one, though. Consenting adult that will have you? Like, yeah, fucking obviously.
It's all like the implication, right?
Well, okay, wait, but this is actually one last question that I want to ask you before we go. I know I keep saying we're going to end on this. We are going to end on this because there's a lot of people who buy into these sort of more tentative transphobic things like, well, yeah, sex is real, or, but I just don't know if there are two gender or whatever. In the case of J.K. Rowling, do you think that she has been ideologically in private where she is now the entire time, and that she was just better at hiding it in those early years, whereas, now the mask is quote unquote fully off? Or do you think she descended into madness in the way that she's presented it?
Well, I kind of think both. I think, in a sense, she has always been transphobic. And as evidence, I will point to the first time that J.K. Rowling and transphobia appeared together in public discourse was actually 2018.
Oh,
before
it was before the "sex is real" tweet.
Yeah, it was before the "sex is real" tweet. Actually, it was Sean Fay, author of the book The Transgender Issue. She says, trans culture is seeing the beloved author of your generation like a transphobic tweet from a troll account which has repeatedly called you a man. This is March 2018. And the tweet that J.K. Rowling liked says, I was shouted at by men at my first Labour Party meeting, aged 18, because I asked them to remove a page 3 calendar. I've been told to toughen up, be louder, stronger, independent. I've often not felt supported. Men in dresses get brochurelist solidarity I never had. That's misogyny.
Wait, so in March 2018, she liked a tweet referring to trans women as men in dresses.
Yeah, in March 2018, she liked a tweet referring to trans women as men in dresses, and then when she got backlash for it, she initially claimed that she liked the tweet accidentally in a, quote, middle-aged moment. Okay, Joanne.
She's in a middle-aged moment. I mean, I have middle-aged moments too, but I don't like deranged transphobic tweets.
I mean, and she also later admitted that was a lie. Like her I guess publicist told her to say that it was an accident, but in her essay called Turf Wars, she admits that she did like it on purpose. So I don't know. I think that in a sense, she's been on the trans women are men in dresses or whatever thing since before this was even a widely discussed public issue. But I also find it unlikely that she was this obsessed with it until more recently. I think it was probably kind of a background bigotry, and then by sort of receiving a lot of public backlash, I feel like the need to defend her bigotry led her into this spiral where it became the defining issue that she talks about.
Yeah, there's something to be said for the feedback loop. And we've all, I mean, we're all Facebook moms in a way, because, when someone kind of baits you into arguing with them in the comment section of something online, you want to argue back because you want to be right. We're all Facebook moms.
Yeah.
We are all Facebook moms. And something that sucks about J.K. Rowling is that having millions of dollars and being a beloved childhood icon did not prevent her from becoming the worst type of Facebook mom.
Well, unfortunately, the fame and wealth is, if anything, insulation against the need to take a step back. No one can tell her what to do. No one can tell her what to do. No one can take her phone away. No one can tell her to step away and maybe think about this a little bit. She has too much power. She can't be stopped. That in a way is bad for her, because sometimes you need someone to tell you these things, right? Sometimes you need someone to tell you, maybe put down Twitter for a while, or maybe you should rethink this, right? I think that it's kind of important to have someone in your life who is tell you that you might have messed up a little bit. And I think that the sense I get with J.K. Rowling is that there's just no one. There's just no one who's saying those things.
Yeah.
So it's all gas and no brakes. She can't seem to stop.
Natalie, wait, okay, let me think about it. We've reached the conclusion. Oh, I need to get up from this fucking chair. Okay. Sorry, that was not graceful. That was not a graceful transition.
It's perfect. Well, I feel like it captures the fatigue of J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, and fixating on her for 5 years to the point where you've memorized the lyrics to her tweets.
We've been broken by this woman.
Natalie, thank you so much for coming here once again and spending a couple hours talking about this woman whom we are tired of discussing. But you know what? I really do think there is something to learn from her situation. I think she's too far gone, but like I said, I think most normal people aren't. I really do think learning from her wrong turns can hopefully help other people make the right turn. And so I'm grateful that someone who's smarter about this than I am was here to explain it. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me on. It was nice talking to you again.
Where can people, I mean, whatever. I'm saying like, where can people find you as if you're not more famous than me? But in case someone listening to this doesn't know, where can people find you and support your work and hear more of you?
Well, my YouTube channel is called ContraPoints. And that is, I also am on Twitter, but don't bother. Just follow me on YouTube. That's where I put in the... that's where I actually devote work, and I have a couple of videos about J.K. Rowling. If you're just dying for more of this topic, but I also talk about other things. I don't know. There's probably some people. I mean, those videos have a lot of views. There's obviously people out there who cannot get enough of the Rowling discourse.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me, and anytime. Especially if we want to do another. We should do a whole Tala episode.
Next time, as a redemption for both of our mental health, next time we're just going to talk for an hour about Tala and worship them.
Yeah, that's Tala, our new god.
I love you all so much. Thank you for being here. And until next time, stay fruity.
Love it.
We did it. We did it.
We did it. We are.
It's like the leopards are going to eat your face. They are eating your face. Why are you acting surprised after you voted for the leopards eating people's faces party? Hello. I'm Matt Bernstein, and welcome to A Bit Fruity, the show where we try to have some self-respect, even if having none might get us a show on Fox News. I am so happy and grateful to have you listening today. If you like this podcast, feel free to follow us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts, so you'll be notified when we release new episodes. You can also find us on Instagram at A Bit Fruity Pod and on YouTube. All of those links will be in the episode description. So a while ago, when I was way earlier in the journey of making content and commentary for the internet, I would have these really all-consuming panic attacks where I would stay in bed for like a day or two at a time because I was really anxious about what people on the internet thought of me in this very debilitating way. And one time, about 2 years ago, my good friend gave me this piece of advice, which I return to all the time, which is that instead of caring all the time what everyone thinks, make this imaginary table in your head of 10 specific people or less and value what they think. Today, I am so honored that we're joined by someone who is truly at that table for me. You might know Natalie Wynn by her online handle ContraPoints. She dropped out of her PhD program in philosophy in the 2010s and started creating video essays on YouTube about gender, capitalism, feminism, and philosophy. In 2017, she transitioned publicly through her content, and I have recommended her videos to truly everyone in my life. And every time I recommend one of her video essays to someone, I always tell them, I promise I would not recommend a 2-hour-long YouTube video to you unless I thought it was 100% worth your time. And they are. She's amassed over 1.7 million subscribers on YouTube. She is, in my opinion, one of the smartest people online posting, one of the smartest posters. And I'm gonna stop being a deranged fan. But Natalie, welcome to A Bit Fruity.
Thank you, and thank you for your very generous intro.
So I wanted to start today by showing you a video by a one Jeffree Star. So Jeffree Star, how would you describe Jeffree Star visually?
Visually, Jeffree Star is a femme queen. Like there's not really any ambiguity about the gender presentation of someone who's in a full face of makeup, fake lashes, long nails, often like some kind of like Gucci tracksuit. Like his visual aesthetic does in no way shy away from signifiers of queerness. It's loud.
It's very loud.
100 yards, right?
I feel like he was one of the first people to really do the like non-binary alien thing.
Yeah.
That's how I think about how Jeffree Star presents. And so Jeffree Star was on a podcast a few months ago, and he was asked about his feelings about pronouns. And so I'm going to show you a quick, like 30-second clip, and let's watch it.
I'm not into all the other bullshit. I think.
What other bullshit?
The they and them.
Yeah.
And all that extra shit that we added during the pandemic because everyone was so bored on their fucking houses. They just started to make up more shit and more shit.
More stuff.
Yeah. That's where the conservatives like me because I'm just real.
Yeah, you do have a conservative
you're not
vibe
they
to
and
you.
them. You're trans, you're male, or you're female.
And you're standing on that.
Get so mad when I say that. How are you a they? What the fuck does that mean? It's stupid is what it is.
Yeah.
But you need someone like me that looks like me to say it. Because if you say it, it turns into you're homophobic, you hate trans people, you hate gays. And it's just how you feel. You don't hate anyone. You just think it's stupid.
So what do you make of that?
Well, I just know for a fact that he doesn't believe the things that he's saying, because I remember 2018 or so, Jeffree Star was saying that they were any pronouns. Like, there was an era of like basically non-binary Jeffree Star. I think I made a video in 2019 that referenced Jeffree Star, and I referred to him as a man, but a bunch of people in the audience corrected me. They're like, oh no, Jeffree's non-binary. You shouldn't say that he's a man. And so I think it's a pivot. So the idea that all this new stuff, quote unquote, the pronouns and the they, thems, it was invented during the pandemic. I know that he knows that that's not true, but he must feel that saying it to that the audience will believe that it's true, or the audience, at least, even if they don't believe it's true, will still like hearing it.
Right. And I mean, this is not going to be an episode about Jeffree Star, but it is worth noting he's had this like kind of conservative nosedive rebrand thing where I feel like it's less about the makeup now and more about like he has a lot of guns and lives in Wyoming and like farms yaks.
I saw the pink Beretta. Or what is that gun? Is that what that gun called? Sorry, I don't know guns.
I think it's a Beretta.
I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah, you should fact check that one. But what's so fascinating about that too, so the pink Beretta, is that the name?
Yes, I'm correct. Yeah.
Jeffree Star, when he shared that he got this customized gun, which I guess in the gun world is like a big deal, that like this gun company made him a hot pink handgun. The gun company posted it to their Instagram, and there were thousands of comments being like, the gun world has gone to shit. You know, we're like caving to the woke mob and the fags and the this and the that. And it's like, wow, like Jeffree Star, as much as you're trying to appeal to these people, this is their reaction.
Guns have gone woke. Sad.
The wokest of assault weapons. So today, as you, the listener, may be able to tell from the title, we're going to be talking about queer conservatives. And that may sound incredibly niche. And a lot of times when I bring this topic up to people who are not as online as you or I probably are, they often are like, queer, like, you know, gay Republicans, trans Republicans, that doesn't make any sense. And I agree, but they do exist. And we're in a moment in time where I do feel like there is a genuine fracture among different political groups of queer people that is worth talking about. You know, we have these hashtags that are popping up lately, hashtag gay not queer, hashtag LGBT without the T. I almost said LGBT, LGB without the T. This group called Gays Against Groomers, which are just gay people whose entire political identity is furthering the kind of like groomer libel against us. And I do think it's worth talking about, not only because I like, you know, disagree with who these people might vote for come election time, but I think the idea of a conservative queer person, like there's a lot to learn there.
Well, can I say, I love that you say that when you bring up the topic of LGBT conservatives, people scoff at it. Like, that makes no sense. Yeah, it makes no sense because people don't make sense. Like, when has people's political behavior ever been universally rational? Like, never. I don't know. I really think awareness should be raised that this is a thing because it's actually not a niche thing. Like, people think that it's a niche thing, but it's a lot of people. I mean, if you add up, it's probably a significant percentage of LGBT people are conservative, and I mean, there's a long history of it. They used to be called log cabin Republicans.
We're gonna get into the log cabin Republicans.
Okay.
They're not escaping us this hour.
But yeah, it's very common, and like you say, there's a million versions of it. It kind of exists at every level, and it does seem to overlap with this desire many queer people have to create a new dichotomy between the normals and the freaks.
Mm-hmm.
And so these days it's a lot of LGB without the T or drop the T, a lot of cis gay people trying to throw trans people under the bus, but the distinction gets like way more fine than that. Like, I mean, if just like within the lesbian community, you have like femmes trying to throw butches under the bus. You have like any version of this you can imagine exists.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're a queer person listening to this, you've probably witnessed it in some level. Like, I know within the gay male community, like the quote unquote like masculine gays do it to the feminine gays, where they're like, well, if you just tried to fit in a little harder, maybe you wouldn't be gay bashed. So the problem is actually you. And yeah, and gays doing it to trans people who pass doing it to trans people who don't pass, trans people doing it to non-binary people. And you know, it's not everyone within any of these groups who does this, but like you said, it's a lot of people. And the reason to me that this is worth talking about is I think we can learn about why people don't behave in ways that are like politically rational. I think we can learn a lot about shame, scapegoating, the need for validation from people who will never give it to us. So I did want to lay just like a teeny tiny bit of historical groundwork because I was doing some research for this episode and I learned that the basic thing that we're going to be talking about today has gone back to like pre-Stonewall. And that is that there have been in the gay movement, you know, now we call it kind of LGBTQ movement, but it was originally just the gay movement or like the homophile movement. There were two basic strategies for how gay people thought that we should become, you know, accepted in society. One is assimilationist and the other is liberationist. So assimilationists are people who want to integrate into social structures that already exist. And their main tactics for doing that are things like lobbying with politicians, working within the law, litigation, and whatnot. Liberationists want to expand the social structures to include them. And those are, you know, involved more in protesting and demonstrations. And the tensions between these two basic ideas goes back to like the 50s and before Stonewall, when people tended to be more assimilationist. People wanted to be like, we are going to find a way to fit into society. And then Stonewall marked this paradigm shift because Stonewall was a very liberationist act. It was, we don't care about the, you know, the fact that we're never going to fit in, you know, we're never going to fit in and we're fighting back against that. So you're going to make room for us no matter what. You can kind of draw this through line from that very divide to what we have now, which are people who I think hold the beliefs of, you know, Natalie and myself and many other people, which are that we should be fighting for greater acceptance of all people. We should be learning more about identities, expanding our ideas, being open to learning new things versus these kind of conservative gay groups that are arguing, you know, well, maybe if we were just a little more normal, then we could fit in and then society would accept us. And really, it's the crazy gays and activists and the people who wear, you know, long nails and 37 pronouns, and it's their fault that we don't fit in.
Well, it's always a back and forth, right? When you look at the history of these things, because pure assimilation can't work, because if you try to make yourself smaller and smaller and smaller until you fit into a society that's basically against you existing, you're going to shrink to the point of annihilation, right? And some people do try to do that. They think that if they can just try to be normal enough and just try to keep their gayness in the bedroom, and if they can just try to repeat the other conservative talking points and join in with other forms of bigotry, then they'll be one of the good ones and they'll be accepted. And I've watched multiple people over the last 5 years very publicly attempt and fail to do this by becoming gay Republicans, or God help them, trans Republicans. And that doesn't work. But I think, and then there's another extreme, right, where like you can get so disillusioned with the homophobia or the transphobia of society that you almost kind of give up, and you become, like, I would say, a separatist. And so I've met queer people like this. They think, look, there's no place for us in this society, so we need to go our own way and we need to become separatists. And they often think of this as like a very radical position, but in my opinion, it isn't, because separatism isn't going to change society. You're just leaving, right? And I mean, it's like that type of radical feminism that's like, okay, it's all the women are going to go out into like the wilderness and have a radical feminist commune. It's like, well, is that a challenge to patriarchy, or have you simply created a convent?
Well, and is there a world in which that happens?
I personally have never thought that it's an effective way of doing anything, because you sort of need to balance the two approaches, right? Someone needs to assimilate a little bit in order to get the power to change society. So, you're going to need someone like Harvey Milk to get elected, and then from that position can start making these changes that need to be made. If you're so against assimilation that you won't even engage with government or with any kind of existing power structures, then you were never going to have enough power to affect the change that you're trying to affect. So that's the way that I see the history of this. Is sometimes like assimilation goes too far, and then you have to do something like Stonewall. And then there has to be a follow up to a riot, right? Like a riot ignites a new era of activism, but that activism then has to get organized. It can't just be an ongoing riot, because a riot is too chaotic to change. A riot on its own, that is, it can ignite a movement that will affect change, but a riot on its own is too destructive to really change anything.
Speaking of trans Republicans, one of the most popular trans influencers, at least trans political influencers, is a Republican. I know you're probably tired of this, but
I have no idea who you mean.
Me neither. Let's go on to the next topic.
Yeah.
So Blair White is a trans conservative influencer, and I know you've both had a lot to say about each other over the years. And she is just, to me, a fascinating case study. And so I'm going to show you another small video clip of, this was from a Vice debate, where it was conservative queer people debating progressive queer people. And this is what Blair White had to say at one point about non-binary people.
I think that a large reason why a lot of people do not understand trans people is because of non-binary and because of all these other identities that we've all talked about are constantly tacked onto the acronym that has always worked. Okay.
She says that non-binary people are the reason people don't understand trans people and all of these other identities that have been tacked onto the acronym that before this always worked. There's a lot there. Is there any validity to that? And, what would lead someone in her position as a trans woman to feel that way?
Is there any validity to it? No.
Right.
What would lead someone to feel that way? Well, I think it's a combination of incentives to think this way. I think that in a way, it's a way of like defending yourself psychologically, because at the moment there's a massive amount of animosity being directed at LGBT people and at trans people in particular. And when you have very prominent political figures, Ron DeSantis, Christopher Rufo, etc., saying loudly and publicly that trans people are groomers or pedophiles. The shame and the stigma of that is a lot to deal with psychologically. So I think one thing that people do is that it's almost like trying to reassure yourself, oh, they're not really talking about me. Of course, this has, I'm not really the object of this scorn. It's because of the non-binary people. That's why they're confused, right? It's them. And then you can sort of reposition yourself where you're on the side of the accuser instead of on the side of the accused. And I think that sort of helps with the anxiety of this environment of bigotry. So that's definitely that's one psychological factor. Another, I think, is more material. I think that when you're talking about commentators and influencers, it sounds like kind of a cheap accusation to be like, oh, they're just doing it for money. But also, like, I don't know, influencers are often motivated by what is a financially viable position to advocate for, and there's always going to be a job opening for a queer person who wants to talk about how homophobia is gay people's fault, right?
Totally.
Like, there's always going to be people who are going to pay to hear you say that, and so there's always going to be some cynical person who's going to come along and be willing to perform that part.
Well, and I feel like at this point, Blair White has helped carve out this like actual field in a certain part of conservative media that like you see more and more queer people occupying, which is the conservative queer influencer, which is, there's Blair White, there's Ariel Scarcella, there's Christian Walker, this boy on TikTok, this like insufferable twink Clarkson Lawson, who they all make the same videos, which is that they just go on and they're like, well, maybe if trans activists and non-binary pronoun people, blue hair, yada, yada, weren't so crazy, they'd finally start accepting us, you guys. And it's like they amass these really big audiences immediately. And also they immediately get put on like Newsmax, and they get these like primetime specials where they're like, so it's true, like homophobia doesn't really exist in 2023. And they're like, yes, Tucker, that's true. And that's why I made the joke at the beginning where it's like, I don't actually think for these people, for these specific like commentators and influencers, it is cheap to be like, well, they're just doing it for money. I think I think like you said, there's a number of psychological reasons why you might want to believe that, because like you said in one of your videos, pointing the finger away from yourself and at like the weirder queer people, it takes the blame off you. It's like the witch trials. You just pass along the blame and the shame and the accusation. But also there's like a pretty well-defined route to like having a primetime right-wing media show at this point as a queer person.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Jenner did it. That's a stone that, we're not going to leave unturned in this episode either. But the other thing I wanted to bring up with Blair White was her Blair White's pinned tweet right now that's pinned to her profile for the last several months is a selfie of her looking hot. She looks great. She's wearing a bikini. She's serving cunt. And the replies, there are 5,000 replies, mostly from conservative men who are arguing with each other about whether or not it is gay that they find her hot. I don't want to get into that conversation, but the conversation that I do find fascinating is like, Blair, like beyond money, what is in this for you? Because isn't that humiliating?
Well, it's being a pick-me girl, pure and simple. Like there's any number of cis women that do an equivalent thing, right? And there's, again, incentives to do this. If you're willing to sacrifice a certain level of self-respect, if you're willing to make yourself a little bit smaller and put up with more humiliation, there's also a kind of reward that comes with it. I think that, just to talk about, women as an analogous case, I think that a large percentage of women go through some stage in their life of enthusiastically endorsing the male point of view, because it's easy, right? We're all kind of raised in, you go to school and you read a bunch of books by men that show the male perspective, and men have generally more power than women. And there's a huge historical precedent for that. So I think, and men praise you, and men like it when you validate their way of seeing and you don't challenge them, and you don't make demands, and you don't stand up for yourself, and you don't be difficult, right? So much of this has to do with whether it's difficult, right? It is difficult for white people to hear that racism is real and an ongoing problem, and something that they might have to deal with, and something that they might themselves be participating in. It's difficult for men to hear that misogyny exists, and that some of their attitudes towards women are actually really toxic and damaging and bigoted. It's difficult for straight people or for cis people to hear that they have, that their point of view is homophobic. So if you can kind of flatter these kind of basic prejudices, people find that comforting, I think, right? So, if you can be a woman, whether you're trans or cis, and you're pandering to the male gaze, and to you look the way that men want you to look, and you're not challenging any of the things that they're saying about you, whether it's objectifying or degrading, or in the case of a trans woman, whether they're doing this thing that straight men do to trans women, where they kind of are simultaneously expressing sexual attraction to you while also kind of invalidating that. They're saying, I mean, it's this like set of contradictory things that they say to you, right? One, you'll never be a woman, you're a man. Two, but you're hot. Three, it's gay to be attracted to trans women, but I'm not gay, but I am attracted to you. And it doesn't make sense. Of course it doesn't make sense. They joke about it because they're uncomfortable, right? They make those jokes about trans women trapping them or whatever, because they sort of conceptually don't know how to deal with the nuances of gender and sexuality. And that's what trans people do, is they sort of force people to confront those nuances. Trans people blur the lines of the most fundamental human distinction. And that's something that people find threatening to their own identity. So if you can find a way to be a trans person that is minimally threatening, then you'll be given more accommodation. So there's a kind of short-term self-interest, I think, that comes with debasing yourself in this way.
Yeah, I read the replies. I was reading them last night, and I'm not going to read them here, but I was reading the replies to her, to that thirst trap, and I was like, God, I feel badly for her in some moments. And then I see what she says about other queer people, and then my sympathy runs dry pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But it's, gosh, just debasing yourself, your identity. I know people say this, and I know it's like probably cheesy, but when I see queer Republicans, the queer conservatives, whatever, pandering to these swaths of, white cishet men, or the Republican Party, or the RNC, or Fox News, and they're just like chipping away at everything that makes them special as queer people, just for like a fraction of attention or congratulations or pats on the back or validation from these people who will never really see them as like fully human. It's upsetting to me, but it is complicated, like you said, because I think to just write this off as like, oh, well, they hate themselves and they'll do anything for attention. It's like, like you said, it's more psychologically complicated. There is something to be said about that validation. And also in the case of Blair White, money.
Yeah. Once you commit to this as a career path, then it sort of becomes less interesting to me to analyze it in terms of like, what is this person getting out of this? And it becomes, okay, well, this person is doing, there's always been people from marginalized groups who engage in, a debasing form of entertainment because it's financially remunerative, and it comes at, I'm sure, a certain cost in terms of your own self-worth and self-respect. But everyone's got to pay rent.
Everyone does have to pay rent. even Blair White. I was listening to a podcast a while ago, and there was a Black woman who was talking about Candace Owens.
I was wondering when Candace Owens was going to come up.
Yeah, Candace Owens does come up, and because it's there are parallels here with her being like the face of Black woman conservatives. And this woman on this podcast, who I believe her name was Africa Brooke, she had a really interesting point of view, which was not she didn't agree with Candace Owens' politics. And she made this point, which I did find compelling, which is that, you know, for white cisgender heterosexual men, there is not a political position that they could take where anyone would ever accuse them of being politically at odds with who they are, as, you know, in their identity. And it is something that is afforded to like specifically that group of people that women don't get. And then as you get into the intersections, that people of color don't get, that queer people don't get. And so that was like one of the most compelling arguments that I've ever heard, to be like, yes, queer people should be allowed to be conservative and still be queer. And I'm not going to like strip them of that, but also I'm still going to unfortunately think less of them. Like, I don't know how else to put it.
Well, I think that you can't even understand what they're doing without reference to their queerness, right? Like the fact that they're saying these things and the reason that they're saying these things is inextricably tied up with their queerness, right? So no, it doesn't mean like, oh, you're not gay if you're a Republican. It just means that you're a sort of self-annihilating gay person.
Yeah. That's too cunty of a description, honestly. These people don't deserve that. Self-annihilating gay person is kind of something that I would like to be.
Well, there's many methods of self-annihilation.
So I want to talk about Ron DeSantis, and specifically an ad that he put out recently.
Oh God.
And some reactions to it. I know. Okay, so we're not going to play the ad, but basically Ron DeSantis, who anyone who's listening to this from outside of the United States, Ron DeSantis is bad.
Yeah.
And he is also running for president. And he's also not going to win, but that's none of our business right now. Ron DeSantis, his campaign, like one of the pillars of his campaign is transphobia in a way that is so extreme, and homophobia in a way that's so extreme that like it is even alienating most conservatives at this point, I think, which is part of the reason I don't think he's going to get ahead of Trump at all, because he's just leaning too into this like chronically online anti-gay shit, which doesn't actually resonate, I think, with the majority of even Republicans. But he, you know, lending itself to that image, he just put out a campaign video where he essentially just brags about how homophobic and transphobic he is. And he positions himself as opposite to Trump, who this ad claims is gay friendly and trans friendly. And he's like, you know, I would never see a trans woman as a woman. I would never let them talk about sexuality and to little kids. You know, Trump is so gay friendly, but I'm a real fighter against this cause. And it was like, I don't know. Trump isn't exactly like a crusader for gay rights, but he put out this video, and there are a couple responses from gay conservatives, from prominent gay conservatives on Twitter, that I would like to read off to you and to get your thoughts on. So first, Caitlyn Jenner, who we could do a 6-part series just about her if we wanted to, which I don't.
No, prefer not to.
She said, "Hey, Governor Ron DeSantis, watching your interview right now, you're still defending your bizarre anti-gay ad. Which bathroom should I use?" And it's like, Caitlyn, you know which bathroom he thinks you should use.
I mean, the thing is that they've gotten so phobic that it's not even that they think that Caitlyn Jenner should use the men's bathroom. They just think that if you're trans, you just shouldn't exist. Like you shouldn't use any bathroom. You shouldn't be in society. And the bathroom thing is just a kind of easier way for them to say that. I feel like what we're watching is the collapse of euphemism, right? Where bigotry in politics has traditionally relied on a kind of ambiguity that I guess is usually called dog whistling, where the right-wing politician will say something that they know that bigots will hear as in support of them, but that sort of centrists and moderates will think is maybe something softer than it is. So instead of saying, we hate gay people, you say, well, we want to, protect the innocence of children from indoctrination in schools. You say that, you think that kindergartners should learn about gay sex, and a lot of centrists will hear that and they'll be like, oh, no, I don't think that kindergartners should learn about gay sex, because the centrists are missing that that's not really what he's talking about. This is like a front for homophobia, but so Trump has done that. Although Trump, I think, is more of a sincere racist and more of a passionate racist than he is a homophobe. I honestly think that Trump, in his heart of hearts, doesn't really care one way or another about gay people. And I think that's what DeSantis is trying to exploit. But DeSantis's recent ads are kind of it's not a dog whistle anymore. It's a foghorn. He's not saying, of course we support gay people. It's just that we don't want these children to learn about sexual he's not saying that. He's saying, oh, we don't like gay people and we don't want them in society. And the problem with Trump is he's too pro-gay, right?
That is the problem with Trump, is he's too pro-gay. I was thinking the same
thing. Yeah. Famously, all he ever does is he's just constantly passing legislation that helps the homosexuals. That was
Harvey Milk
his entire presidency, right?
So this tweet is also in response to the DeSantis homophobic video. It's from David Leatherwood, who is another one of these kind of Republican gay influencers. He wrote, I spent the last 7 years of my life working with Trump to make the GOP a more welcoming place for gays, while also being anti-groomer, anti-woke, and pro-religious liberty. I've even worked with DeSantis on this agenda. This ad is a slap in the face and makes any LGBT person supporting DeSantis look like an absolute idiot.
Yeah, this one's my absolute favorite. You're making pro DeSantis gay people look like absolute idiots. Girl, I don't think that's the ad. I don't think the ad was making you look like an idiot. Like, it's very funny to me. But I also think that that's the tweet does a great example of showing the difference between the euphemism and the reality. So what are the euphemisms? It's anti-groomer, it's pro-religious liberty, it's
anti-woke.
Anti-woke. Oh, woke is their catch-all euphemism. It means everything. And so, it sounds like this person, he's latched on to the euphemisms as, again, the way to sort of separate himself from the accusation. He wants to believe in the dog whistles. He wants to take them at face value because that means that I'm not the target. It's not about me. It's about the groomers.
Right.
Groomer means gay. When these people say it, right? It seems like he's not even now realizing that, but he thinks that this is some new thing. Oh, suddenly, shockingly, there's this turn of events where DeSantis is no longer just attacking the groomers, but attacking all gay people. And it's anyone who's paying attention knows that it was about all gay people the entire time, right?
Yeah, that was really well said. I'm kind of floored. And then the third response is from our friends, the Log Cabin Republicans.
Are they still kicking around?
They are still kicking around. And for anyone who doesn't know what the Log Cabin Republicans are, they are a group. I was doing some Log Cabin Republican history, which is truly like pulling teeth yesterday. But they are a group of Republicans who are gay. They're gay Republicans. That's their whole thing. The group formed in 1977 in response to the Briggs Initiative, which was a bill in California where Republicans were trying to make it illegal for gay people to teach in public schools. And so the Log Cabin Republicans were like a bunch of gay conservatives who formed around making the Briggs Initiative not pass. And they were successful. And that was one of the last times they've been successful. They have made basically this, over the last 5 decades, they've just latched on to every, you know, Republican candidate, endorsed this person, endorsed that person, and, you know, made all of these pleas to prominent Republicans, like, we're supporting you. And then every single time the Republican in question is like, I don't really need your support. It's okay. Thanks though. They made, I forget the politician, but I think in the 1996 presidential election, was the Republican candidate Dole?
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah.
they
96.
Yeah, where the Republican who ended up losing to Bill Clinton. But the Log Cabin Republicans, I don't know if you know this, they sent him a $1,000 donation as, you know, an endorsement, and Bob Dole returned it, saying that he he literally returned the money, and he said, I 100% disagree with everything that is on your agenda.
Yeah.
And the Log Cabin Republicans have also been barred from having a table at the Texas GOP convention for the last 20 years. So it's a really sad case.
Yeah, there's an amazing dedication to believing that Republicans will accept you if you just do enough things. I mean, it reminds me of, I feel like my favorite gay Republican to hate on is this guy called Dave Rubin, who used to have a, you know, political debate show on YouTube.
Tell us about him.
Well, he used to be with the Young Turks, a kind of left-leaning YouTube political show. And then in 2016, I think it was, he split from them to do right-wing, we're talking 2016. So at the time, the big issue was anti-SJWs, anti-social justice warrior content, a lot of complaining about campus activism going too far and free speech on campus.
Wait, so he was liberal to begin with? He was on the Young Turks?
Yeah. So he started out as liberal, and then he decided that in 2015, like, the left went too far because they were protesting like Milo Yiannopoulos or something. And so, I mean, what's funny is that, like, this is the Obama administration. So I do definitely wonder if he would have gone this way if he knew that 7 years later it was going to be DeSantis and not Milo Yiannopoulos who was going to be the
person he's fighting for.
The person that he's fighting for. But he's really dedicated to the cause. There's this amazing clip of him on stage at some conservative event where he talks about how, you know, he's moved from Florida to California to get away from those libs. And, you know, sometimes his neighbors look at him and his husband skeptically, but he always pulls out his wallet and shows them that he has a picture of him standing next to DeSantis, and that's my governor. And it's like, my guy, Ronald DeSantis is never going to be your daddy. Like, he's never going to say that he's proud of you. He's never gonna, like, I don't know. The delusion is just incredible.
Didn't Dave Rubin also have a conversation on Ben Shapiro's show at one point?
It was actually on his show. Ben Shapiro he invited Ben Shapiro on his show. Yeah.
Where he was like, Ben, we're friends. Would you come to my wedding? And Ben was like, no.
Will you bake Reuben a wedding cake? The answer is no. And the reason I won't is because as a religious Jew, I do not participate in activities that I believe are sinful. But again, we live in a free country, and Dave knows this. He doesn't have to care what I think about sin. Does Dave have a husband? Yeah. I mean, like, okay. And are we friends? Yeah. And are we going to go out to dinner sometime in the near future? Yeah. I mean, but there's a difference between me just being friends with Dave and me actively participating in an event that I feel is religiously sinful. And while that's awkward, we're still friends in spite of it, which is why we're friends. If we couldn't be friends in spite of it, then it would be a bad thing.
Well, look, when I did your interview show, you said that to me, and I truly mean this. Like, if you think what I'm doing is sinful, like, I don't, it sounds glib, but I don't care.
And this is my view, is you don't have to care, right? It's a free country.
Like, right, like, that's the thing. And it's like, look, of course someone's going to go, well, wait a minute, if you really think his marriage is sinful or something, of course there may be a place that in the nature of our friendship, maybe that we can't quite get to, that I would be able to get to with someone that didn't think
For
that.
sure.
Why is it that we're able to do this and most people can't do this?
Because
that's what I'm curious
we go
about.
home at night and we can have our own lives. I mean, that's really, and I think part of friendship, by the way, is that. Like,
Well, I think that Dave, on some level, is in a state of genuine. I mean, part of it, this is part of the reason why I find him a compelling and fascinating figure, is that with him, often the delusion seems to be genuine. Like he's
just very stupid.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of a himbo, and like I don't know, that makes it more endearing than a more like sinister manipulator. But he seems to think that he can negotiate with Ben Shapiro this kind of like, we have our differences, but like we can still be friends, and that means like you'd go to my anniversary with me and my husband, right? And Ben's like, well, no, of course not. You live in sin, and Dave is just like, oh, okay. Well, but at least we can have this conversation. And isn't it great that we can have this conversation? And Ben is like, yeah, whatever. I don't like you.
Well,
and Dave's like, we're such good friends. It's like, I don't know.
And then, right. And they have this conversation that ultimately amounts to Ben being like, I will never see your love as real love. It will never be valid to me. And I think you're going to hell. And then Dave Rubin, kind of like shrinking in his chair, is like, but at least we can talk about it and have such a great podcast about it. And it's like, Dave, stand up.
Yeah, it's like so spineless that it's like amoebic. Like it's amazing. Like I love like watching him like I don't know, just like sway in the water like seaweed. Like as Ben Shapiro sits there saying like your marriage is not valid, you're a menace to children, and Dave is like, yes, but we can talk about this in a civil way. And it's the virtue of civility taken to such like a comical extreme that it requires like the complete absence of any kind of self-respect, where you won't defend yourself, you won't defend your relationship, you won't defend your family or your own relationship to your children. You'll just sit there sort of quietly nodding as Ben Shapiro just completely trashes your entire personal life. It's amazing.
It is amazing. So swinging back to the log cabin Republicans and this DeSantis video, after the video of him bragging about how homophobic he is, and he's the most homophobic presidential candidate, comes out, the log cabin Republicans tweet, Ron DeSantis and his team can't tell the difference between common sense gays and the radical left gays. He, sadly, sees them all the same. His naive policy positions are dangerous and politically stupid. And it's like, yeah, Ron DeSantis can't tell the difference between common sense gays and radical left gays. And also, no politician that you have ever tried to make yourself available to has seen the difference either. And they never will.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that is so wild to me, is we see this happen again and again and again and again and again. It's that like famous old tweet that's like, I never thought the leopards would eat my face.
Yeah.
Cries the woman who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. It's like, the leopards are going to eat your face. They are eating your face. Why are you acting surprised after you voted for the leopards eating people's faces party?
It seems like what's going on is people vary in how we interpret the euphemisms. When the leopards eating people's faces party say, we're going to eat people's faces. Like there's some of us who say, oh, that's bad. They're, no one's faces should be eaten. We won't vote for them. And then there's the people who hear that and somehow like translate it in their head into, we're going to eat other people's faces, but not yours. And I think it's like, I don't know, they get excited about some level of face eating maybe. But I also think that it has to do with this euphemism thing, right? A lot of times for example, a homophobic politician will find it expedient in a liberal society to argue, like, of course I'm not homophobic. Of course I support the right of gay people to exist. I just think there needs to be a few like reasonable restrictions on, whether gay teachers are allowed to teach certain things, or whether we want children being exposed to information about homosexuality, right? So that's the kind of the kind of smart way to play it if you think that the voters are not as homophobic as you. But it seems like the log cabin Republicans just take that at face value, and they think like, oh, so I'm fine, but it's just the bad gays. Okay, well that's good. But I don't know. I never took that at face value because it shouldn't be taken at face value, right? They're never going to stop at the radical left gays, whatever that means, right? When they take away your rights, that's all of our rights. I think they just look so delusional when they say this, because it's not like it was always going to be this way. The more power you give them, the more power they gain, the more they're going to push the line, right? And that's why you have to fight back against them and not make concessions and not do this like appeasement stuff of like, oh, okay, well, we'll agree with you about getting the non-binary people and about getting the radical left gays and about getting wokeism, whatever that is, right? Once you get rid of all of them, you're next. And that's what the log cabin Republican types don't seem to get. They don't seem to get that they're next. Once they're done helping the reactionaries, destroy the people more marginalized than them, they're up next. Read the poem. First they came for the wokes. Like
Is that how it starts?
And you should have spoken up.
But I didn't, because I was not woke and I was anti-groomer.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
I think when it comes to people who behave like this politically in the LGBTQ community, a lot of people online and in real life that I've seen have this conversation, just basically the conversation, their analysis of it starts and ends at like, oh, well, these people just hate themselves and that's why they do this. My thing with that is that like there's probably some self-hatred in there for sure, but also I think most queer people have at some point dealt with self-hatred as it pertains to our identity. Some people deal with it for a really long time. And yet the bulk of us don't turn to self-hating politics. And I also just think that accusing people in this derogatory way of hating themselves doesn't really leave the conversation with any room to go on. It's like, well, you hate yourself, so fuck you.
Yeah.
And like, there's got to be more there.
Yeah, I think that it's reasonable to have a level of animosity towards people who take their self-hate and then use that to hate other people and use that to bolster politics that's going to hurt all of us. I also think that, when you deal with your self-hate, say as a gay person, by being an enthusiastic trans basher, well, at a certain point, self-hate has become other hate. You're passing it on, you're sort of projecting it outwards. And I think that's just how bigotry works. Like, I think that a lot of bigots, right, every bigot, every abuser, every dictator has their own issues. They were deeply wounded in childhood. Like Joseph Stalin was beaten by his father. Every common domestic abuser has some kind of sad backstory. Like, sure. The question is like what you do with that trauma and because we all have some degree of trauma. And I do think that some level of self-hate is probably a near universal part of the queer experience. Like, who among us has not had times in our life when this was like the most salient emotion we were experiencing? I think that it's very common. I remembered when I was doing research for my video on cringe, like reading all these Reddit posts from people posting to like r/confessions where it was like, I'm trans and I hate other trans people, or like I'm gay and I hate other gay people. I remember this one post from someone who they lived in a very homophobic country and they came from a homophobic family, and they described this experiences of seeing a pride parade and feeling this like horror and disgust because they were scantily clad people and people kissing in public and wearing, rainbows. And it was everything that like my homophobic family would say they were. And that's why my family would hate me and why I can't come out to them and why, right? Not to get all Freudian on it, but like a lot of times the wound comes from the family and from early in life. And I think a lot of conservative influencers probably have like a homophobic father or something. And the desire for approval from your parents is a long lasting thing that even if you no longer have a relationship with your parents is still somewhere inside of you. And if you feel like, you know, you want your, say, your father's approval, like you'll kind of seek out that type of approval from other right-wing men. And I think that that is, you know, so it is like self-hate in a way, but it's more complicated than just self-hate because it touches this like yearning for acceptance and love that we all feel. And that I think queer people in particular, a lot of us have this basic wound of the shame of like years of hearing, you know, ourselves disparaged, whether it's like seeing like derogatory depictions in media or it's hearing homophobic talking points within your own family growing up. And so that like yearning to be accepted and for the shame to be reduced motivates a lot of this kind of behavior, I think. And I think there is a grain of something sympathetic in that. That's not just like, oh, this idiot hates themselves.
Right. I mean, I remember like being one of the very few out gay people in my high school. You know, I've always been feminine. I was in the glass closet, as they say. Like, I was never really, like, I came out as gay and people were like, yeah. I carried so much shame, as, you know, most queer people do for whatever reason. You know, there's like very few queer people who have like a universal experience, a universally just like accepting great experience. Like,
it's hard to even imagine.
It's hard to even imagine. And I remember going to college. I moved to New York for college and seeing other queer people who were way more outwardly queer than I was, who, you know, other gay guys who were way more feminine, who were super into drag before I had really accepted an interest in that within myself, all this stuff. And like seeing people who were like, quote unquote, weirder or freakier than me, it was like, oh, it like soothed a part of me that I was like, I've always wanted to be on the other end of thinking someone was weird, because we all deal with that. Like, oh, everyone fucking thinks I'm a weird. Everyone thinks I'm a faggot. It's a dangerous thing to feel good about, because then that could lead to me forming actual resentment towards these people, thinking that it will stop other people from having that resentment towards me. I feel like I'm in a therapy session right now.
Well, it is kind of a therapy session that we all kind of constantly need to be in. But yeah, no, I have the same kinds of experiences. Like when I first came out as trans, there was this kind of mix of elation that, okay, I'm actually doing this thing, but also terror, because it's like, I don't know if there's gonna be a place for me in society after this. And so you look for some kind of anchor. And I ended up kind of like latching myself on to this other trans woman who seemed to have her shit together. And so I thought, like, look, if I stay close to you and I do what you do and I take your advice, then I'll be okay. And in some ways that helps me, but in other ways, I think, she was someone who was very much still working on this kind of self-loathing stuff and who was a little bit obsessed with passing and, introduced these like terrible, like cruel dichotomies that trans people make. Like there's all these these kind of like fake dichotomies that trans people make between the true transsexuals and either the like trender uwu too cutes, sorry, there's a lot of jargon, or the like pervert fetishist huns. Like these are like these are like sort of cruel categories that trans people have to distinguish, like, oh, there's the real trans people, the good trans people, and then there's like, oh, the weird fetishists, or oh, the blue-haired teenage people doing this just as a trend.
Right. It's like Blair White versus like the 37 pronouns he, they, it, zero.
Yeah. That's a common way of setting up the distinction. But I definitely had a couple years where I was kind of like getting dangerously invested in the idea of myself as one of the good ones, because it was like I needed to believe that to feel like I was going to be okay, like I was lovable, basically. And But I also kind of noticed that the way that my thinking was getting uncomfortably cruel, and I was sort of fixated on disparaging the kind of person that I was rejecting what I thought was unacceptable in myself, right? It's like your shadow self, right? The thing that the unbearable parts of yourself that you have to sort of project out of you, and you rage against it when you see it in someone else, because you're kind of trying to kill what they represent to you. You're trying to kill some part of yourself that you're trying to shove down, and you're doing this like by projecting it out onto other people. And I feel like I was able to come out of this and just be self-aware enough to realize that, oh, I'm like starting down a path that leads to acting like a bully, right? And so I think that video cringe is the kind of my reckoning with that in a way. Like it's me noticing, that like probably a section of that video I wouldn't do now has to do with me describing my intense reaction of like anger and hostility to this like trans woman behaving poorly in public and not passing, or and like me sort of processing the fact that my like rage and disgust towards this trans woman had to do with my own like terror of anyone seeing me like that. I don't know. Maybe doing that in public, maybe doing that in a YouTube video was not the right way to do it. Maybe it should have been done in therapy. But I don't know. It's hard to find a good therapist. Sometimes it's easier to just tell YouTube. So yeah, I think that this is like work. It's work, right? That we all sort of have to do to kind of learn a more compassionate way of seeing, and to find ways of healing your own damage that don't involve, projecting it out of yourself as cruelty.
Right. The same cruelty that you experience, pushing it onto other people. And I honestly feel like that is unfortunately just like extremely common. I mean, it's within the queer community, and like you can go to extremes where you have people like the Log Cabin Republicans who are like, I'm going to wield political power against my own community because that's how much I want to, unload my own shame onto the people who theoretically I'm going to go down with. And that's kind of why I wanted to round out the conversation here, because I don't want to I do want, I think compassion is the word. I do want to empathize with the people who end up there politically to an extent, because those feelings of shame and the feelings of wanting to scapegoat that shame onto other people in the community that they think are weirder or less acceptable or less able to fit into society than them. Like Natalie's experienced that. I've experienced that. Like, I think we've all had moments of that. And I think it's extremely human to have experienced pain and then not know what to do with it and sometimes do the wrong thing with it. But also, like we're saying, it's the slippery slope where you have to like catch yourself as you're falling into it so as to not hurt other people.
Yeah, it's a situation that we're all in, right? And that is the point, I think, where we can sort of have some understanding for the Log Cabin Republican types is like, yep, they're processing the same shame that we're all processing. But if you have the strength and the self-awareness, you can choose to make the cycle of shaming and cruelty stop with you. And I think that that's a very powerful choice to make. And that's a choice we should all try to make.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the last question that I kind of had for you was, I have people who follow me online who are ostensibly not conservative, because I just don't accrue that kind of audience, generally speaking. But, there are these very social media savvy groups like Gays Against Groomers and, these other influencers, some of whom we've talked about today, who create this content that is very compelling. It works really well on social media. And so sometimes I have people who follow me who don't really know what the cruelty is behind these groups and the psychology behind them that we've talked about today. They just see, oh, Gays Against Groomers posted this thing of, look how crazy this non-binary person was behaving, and this is really bad for our community. And they send it to me, and they kind of know that maybe it's not something that I would say, but they're not sure, and they find it a compelling piece of content. And so I get these messages from young people, you know, high school age and younger, being like, hey, I'm not really sure what to think about this. And it's like, they're really vulnerable to, as you and I both have, being like scooped up into that thought process of like, well, they'll accept me if I, you know, throw the wrench at all of these weirder gays and all of these weirder trans people and the 37 pronouns. And how do we stop that cycle of, you know, and that's a big question, but how do we stop that cycle of like transferring our own pain? How do we make it end with us?
Well, I think that one way is to just be very public and vocal in deconstructing the workings of it, like showing what's going on, what Gays Against Groomers are doing, how it works, why, even if you aren't a cruel or bigoted person, you might still feel a strong pull towards this, as most of us have at some moment. And I think that that probably is the strongest way to fight it. And then the other part of it is just kind of accepting the difficult fact that for a lot of young queer people, this is kind of just a stage that they're going to have to go through. Like some people will just have to learn for themselves why this is not a good path to go down. And, you know, you can kind of show people the way out and you can show people the flaws of that thinking, but ultimately each individual person has to kind of come to the understanding of their own and see why they need, what they have to decide what choice they're going to make for themselves. So we can guide them, but we can't, you know, you can't do more than that.
Yeah. And if you find yourself sitting on a podcast with someone who's politely telling you that they won't come to your wedding because you're burning in hell, but hey, at least we can talk about it, you know, leave that podcast chair. Leave it immediately.
Yeah, if you find yourself acting like Dave Rubin, this might be a good time to rethink your life.
If you've made it this far in the episode, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. I also want to thank Natalie Wynn. Where can people find you and support your work?
You can find me on YouTube as ContraPoints and on Twitter, or whatever Twitter is called by the time you listen to this, or Instagram, or Patreon. That's how I make money. If you know, but watch my content first, see if you're really that into it.
Yeah, Natalie will make about two-hour blockbuster YouTube video feature length films per year, and they will both be worth watching, I promise. If you enjoyed this episode, feel free to share it with your friends, your mom, your gay uncle who has like a, you know, weird newfound vendetta against non-binary people. Maybe they'll give us a listen and start to rethink things. Again, you can follow us on whatever app you get your podcasts on. If you enjoy this episode, we would love if you could rate the podcast. It takes 5 seconds. And if you didn't enjoy the episode, please do not rate the podcast. Thank you so much. And until next time, take care and stay fruity.
Schmurgle! Thanks for the raid, buddy. Hope you had a nice stream. Any of my mods are about, please give Schmurgle a shout out. I use Schmurgling Schmurgle.